to
Most of the discussion's been happening out there.
well, there. Well, for our regular meeting, they will move it up.
Yeah.
We're saying they can't hear us when we're talking in the meetings if when they watch the recordings.
Marcia, should I go behind her? I was given the gavel, so I believe so. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:30, so I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome to our steering committee listening project workshop. This is also a joint workshop with our board. So we are excited to have everyone here today. Just housekeeping, any member of the public wishing to be heard shall raise their hand at the appropriate time and introduce themselves to the committee members. Members of the public recognized by the chair will have 3 minutes to speak, and the clerk of the trust will function as the official timekeeper. So Demetra, can you please take roll?
Okay. Member Swanley.
Here.
Member Cornell. Here. Member Snyder. Here. Member Peterson.
Here.
Member Cason.
Here.
Member Goldwine. Here. Member Hertz. Here. Member Labarta. Here. Member Papa, she's on the screen.
Here.
Member Stokes. Member King. Here. Member Arrington. Here. Member Tyner. Here. Member Curtin. Here. Member Andrew. And Member Ferrero.
Here.
All right. So we'll now move on to the agenda, including any revisions. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda? And anybody make a revision?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, agenda passes. All right. Now on to what we're all here for. So let's begin with our first item on the agenda, which is our listing project report by Dr. Creative.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay getting started. Technology is never my friend. I'm Dr. Tasha Prieto, and I have had the honor and the privilege of leading a team of researchers and staff members on this listening project. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to assist the trust in this work at this important moment in the trust development. I'm going to talk a little bit about the mission and the path of the exploration that we undertook as part of this project. The objectives of the listening projects were included in the RFP, and we have kept those in front of us on our desks as we have worked. The first was ensuring the stakeholders had meaningful input into the trust strategic planning process. And so we have abided by that as we've gone through this work. Our second objective was to reveal findings to help the trust develop priorities and strategies. This encompasses identifying needs, gaps in services, as well as looking at this work from an asset-based perspective, looking at what can we build on, what is already here that is good, that we can expand upon to address whatever the needs are. And then finally, in maximizing the impact of trust resources and addressing the needs of children and youth in Alachua County. So those were our objectives. Seen this timeline a couple of times before, so we were, it's always a bittersweet moment for me when we get to the end of a project. When we started back in August working with you, went through a planning phase, undertook a number of different listening project activities, analyzed information, and we're all the way up to the end of the timeline on this project. There are only a couple of dates left after this presentation, May 15th for initial communications products and May 30th for final communications products from the listing project. I want to emphasize that these are separate from whatever products come from your strategic planning process, which is running concurrent with this one. And then finally, I think for y'all, the most exciting piece, when you get to June and you see the big shape, house shape, where the trust gets to begin to take action on all the work that's gone before it. So we engaged in 4 primary activities on this project. We did interviews, we did focus groups, we did community meetings, and we did surveys. I'm going to talk a little bit about each one of them. But first, I wanted to talk about limitations. Every project has limitations. We don't have unlimited time. We don't have unlimited resources. Obviously, if we had unlimited time and unlimited resources, we could do a project that involved going door to door to every household in Alachua County and interviewing every person in it. If we had unlimited resources, we could engage in different tactics, right? But we had limitations on both, as we always do. And so then there are other things that we have to work with. Not everyone wished to participate. This is totally true of every project that we work on. Some people, don't have the time, don't have the interest in whatever we're asking about. Some people don't necessarily trust us when we want to ask them a few questions. They think we're selling something. I get that all the time. And so this particular project, in order to get as broad participation as possible, this led to various project pivots. And extra efforts by my staff, steering committee members, trust staff, and interested community members in helping to get sufficient survey responses and in supporting focus groups around the county. I don't want to not emphasize the fact that this was a large effort to get as much participation as possible and to hear from as many people as possible around the county. Not all areas of inquiry were interesting to everyone. This is also true in every project that we undertake. If you tell me that we're going to be working on a project that involves talking with middle school and high school students, I can guarantee you that the first thing they're going to talk about, it does not matter what the question is, the first thing they're going to talk about is school lunch. Totally true, Aaron. That was the first thing they brought up. How can we make the world a better place? Middle and high school students in Alachua County, school lunch. This is the first thing they talked about. The second thing they talked about was the access to and cleanliness of the bathrooms in their schools. That one I don't always get. Then after that, we began to talk about other things that were of interest to them. But I think you can see that not everything is of interest to everybody that we were talking to. How can we improve equity of opportunity in the county? Not everyone had ideas for that. Not everyone was interested in that idea. And so we asked questions of everyone, but not everyone is interested in all the areas we were asked to look at. We did not attempt to directly engage youth younger than 6th grade. We do survey work and focus group work with elementary students in limited settings. It's difficult to do, and didn't feel that, given the subject matter of what we were looking at here, that we would get great results with that. If you survey children in 3rd grade, for example, unless you're very careful, you typically get whatever the teacher wants them to say. And the same is true with focus groups. A lot of times the parents will show up with children at that age, and then I hear from the parents. So in this project for younger than 6th grade, we relied upon parents and providers to tell us about the needs of youth in that age group. And then finally, some groups of particular interest are small. There are a lot of needs out there in any environment in which we work, and some of them are passion projects and extremely important to certain segments of the population, but they are not the majority of the population. And so we try to be very respectful and balance that important needs that are, focus group for a small percentage versus some of the more broader, larger needs expressed by the community. And I think you'll see that in the report. So who did we meet along the way? Using the interview technique, we met staff, key informants, partners, and providers. The circles that you see include the actual number that we did on the top, and the planned number was on the bottom. So we planned to do 10 or more interviews with staff, key informants, partners, and providers. We ended up doing 26. We did focus groups. Focus groups were the primary tool for reaching out to many parents. We also did 3 focus groups with youth, middle school and high schoolers. And we did 1 provider partner focus group that was by invitation only. Conducted really at the end of our work when we were trying to look at where did we have gaps and who had participated. We did 3 community meetings, again, an attempt to reach youth, parents, and caregivers who might not be interested in coming to a focus group, because that requires time. It requires you to have a lot of, feel like you want to participate in something that's going to take an hour and a half of your life. It was also for parents and caregivers who might not be very comfortable doing an online survey without assistance, perhaps, or who just wanted to come in and express their opinion verbally. And finally, we did surveys. We did surveys of 4 different groups: youth, parents, caregivers, providers, and partners. So by the numbers, we heard from a lot of youth, parents, caregivers, providers, partners, key informants, and staff. And this shows you the breakdown across the numbers who participated in each activity. We really wanted in this project to give, particularly youth and parents, the opportunity to participate in a way that they felt comfortable with. I did not add to the bottom, but you'll see in the report, the data party participants were also a key input group for this, and the work that and the information that we received as part of the data party was included as we wrapped up our final report. So what did we hear? A lot. We heard a lot. Going to review it by major, broken down by age group. It's not presented that way in the report, but I thought, you can slice and dice these data about 1,000 different ways. I probably looked at it 40 or 50 ways at this point, and I thought that it'd be interesting to see it by age group this time. So, major conclusions: prenatal to pre-K. There were positives, and I want to emphasize that we tried to highlight it again, the assets we have to build on as we move forward. Providers offer quality prenatal programs, including home visits. There were positive comments made on that in the survey and in the focus groups, and the quality of prenatal care that is available. Areas for improvement: transportation and medical appointments is a barrier for certain areas of the county. Parents were particularly quick to point out that all areas of the county do not have access to quality, affordable childcare, pre-K, and other early learning programs. So on top of that, 63% felt that VPK or pre-K was doing a good job of preparing their kids for kindergarten. That's not a really strong statistic. It's a majority, we like that. But when you're dealing with things talking about outcomes for children, I always go back to the idea that if there is one hungry child and our job is feeding children, have we really completed our mission? And so 63% is good. It's something we can build upon, but we're not quite to 100% yet. Participants pointed out the need for parenting classes, and they gave us some ideas that are included in the report for what kinds of things they'd be interested in. And then finally, the need was raised for services and support for parents and children with disabilities. Looking at elementary age kids, some things that they talked about. Parents and caregivers were happy to report that they can select a school for their children, whether it's public, private, or charter. But this positive also reflects a negative. There were strong indicators of dissatisfaction with the public school system. We've heard that from youth, we've heard that from parents. 73% of parents living in Gainesville felt that their children were getting a good education. That's a good number. That figure drops to only 38% of parents living in Alachua, the city of county. Only 54% of middle and high school students on the survey felt they were learning useful things at school. So there's clearly some areas there in terms of the education system that we need to work. More supports are needed for students with disabilities. Was brought up in several focus groups with parents. There are service access barriers for families who speak English as a second language. This is an area where we need to look at how do we reach those families. Again, we brought up all areas of the county did not have access to quality, affordable after school and summer care. You'll see this in both elementary age and in your secondary students. And this age group, parents brought up that access to dental and medical care is often limited because of transportation and or waiting lists. I listened to both parents who talked about waiting months to get an appointment for something. That, as a parent, if I had the means to do it, it'd be taken care of in a week or so. My secondary students, or secondary youth, ages 13 to 18, some of the positives. The county has many sports programs, parks, and recreation facilities. This is brought up time and time again. But not all children are able to access them because of location, lack of transportation, and or the costs involved in participating in programs. There are not safe spaces in all neighborhoods for children when they are not in school. 28% of the youth surveyed said that they did not feel comfortable hanging out outside in their neighborhood in Gainesville. There are limited opportunities for students to gain real-world skills needed for employment and work experience. This ties into after-school opportunities vary by area depending on the school. So when I met with students at Hawthorne Middle School and High School, they gave me the perception that there is absolutely nothing to do after school there. There's nothing available for them in that area. Students in Santa Fe High School were more positive about the opportunities for after-school activities and sports. However, they were quick to say, yeah, but you gotta have a ride home. And so if they don't have that, they cannot participate. And then finally, some major conclusions about the trust itself. We asked providers, partners, key informants, some parents about the trust, whether or not they've heard of it, and their input for the future strategic directions of the trust, recognizing that the trust is currently embarking on strategic plan. Major conclusions included, Alachua County has supported the trust, but in its short existence at this point, not as many are familiar with the trust as we would have thought. That was kind of a surprise to us. We concluded that the trust needs ongoing listening opportunities to stay connected to the community and its needs. People were thrilled when either staff from the trust or my staff and staff from the trust showed up at meetings, and they were thrilled to have someone to talk to. They want that to continue. The current goals and guiding principles, as envisioned before you all began the strategic planning process, were deemed to be hard to understand by stakeholders. Stakeholders were unaware of which programs were funded, and they were unaware of the impacts of the programs have on children. And then there was a perception that funding only goes to select groups of programs with providers. So those are all things we need to work on. Overall themes. Instead of a few negative things, I think we come back to the positive. Alachua County is viewed as a good place to raise children by many who live here. This was brought up multiple times in focus groups. It came up, bubbled up in the survey. It came up in the community meetings. There are a lot of assets here that we can build on. Parents were quick to say that they're great neighborhoods, great neighbors, great sense of community. They would like more of it, but they recognize that it's here. Not every place has that. And Alachua County is viewed as a place to go where there's plenty of outdoor activities. There's access to nature for many. That's just not for all yet. So we have positives that we can work on there. The trust had lots of partners already working and ready to collaborate. This is a positive. You're not the only organization seeking to align with children in this county. There are other organizations that are also interested in the work and ready to collaborate more deeply. Mental health supports are needed for children and families. This is, largely, it's something I've heard about for years, but coming out of COVID has been far more prevalent with most of our clients. I'm not sure if coming out of COVID, we're finally recognizing that mental health is an important thing to focus on, or coming out of COVID, we have more mental health needs. But regardless, it was definitely brought up multiple times. It was brought up by students and among middle schoolers and high schoolers. And so I think the need there is real in this county as it is in most of the rest of the country. Life is different in Alachua County depending on your zip code. This is an important piece that ties into our recommendations. Access to services, safe neighborhoods, educational opportunities, and transportation really depend on where you live. And then finally, families and providers need help connecting. One of the most memorable pieces of working on this project is leading a focus group with low-income parents. All of them who had taken the bus to get to our location to meet. And they started talking about services that are available. And the next thing I know, they're ignoring me. They're sitting there talking about this program is here and that program is there. If you want to get an appointment with this is what you have to do. And they're whipping out their phones and they're sharing information. And that was a light bulb moment in terms of families here want the information. They just need a place to go to get all the information. What do we recommend? We had 11 recommendations. We tried to keep the recommendations to at a level, we're not 27,000 things that will never get done in 5 years. 11 recommendations it's in chapter 5 of the report. 6 of them are what we call priority issues, and 5 of them are around strategic planning. So priority issues. The first recommendation we made is one that I hope that you will consider as you continue your strategic planning process. And it's a recommendation to adopt explicit dollar spend goals by age group based on the percentage of population that they represent in the county. And we're recommending you divide it up into 3 areas: prenatal to pre-K, elementary age, and middle to high school age. And the dollar amounts that you see on the slide are representative of their proportion within the population of youth. We do recognize that there's a lot of research around the importance of early positive outcomes, particularly ages 0 to 3 for children. And so we suggested that you consider an additional base level of funding for youth of that age. But we are not recommending that you divide all of your dollars in this manner. If you add all that up, it adds up to about $4 million a year, which is about half of your general budget to fund programs. And so one of the things that we hope to accomplish with this recommendation is that there's not a continuous push-pull back and forth between groups wanting to have a larger piece of the pie. If one half of the pie is already allocated out, we guarantee $1.4 million is going to go to middle and high school students to support programming that serves them. We hope that that'll help bridge some of the other concerns that we saw in terms of discussions over allocations of funding. The remaining available funding could be used to fill gaps in other of the goal areas for the trust. Second recommendation we made is addressing the transportation divide. Of all the recommendations that we made, this is the one that I kind of surprised me the most, because we do have a transportation divide in the county. Those with families that have their own transportation and access to someone who can drive, who can take me to places as a youth, have an inherent advantage over students or children who do not have that resource. You have a good start with the UF transportation services that are available. We recommend that you do everything possible to continue that. But we are recommending that you look explicitly at funding programs that either provide transportation as part of the services they offer and or consider strictly funding transportation outright. There is value to be provided in allowing that child to connect to whatever the activity or service they want to get to is. We're recommending that you consider as part of your strategic planning and future focus, incubating new programs. And it comes down to a choice. Someone once said in one of our interviews, are we funding the grassroots or are we funding the orchard? And we recommend that you take a strategic look at that and decide to explicitly fund some of the grassroots that are out there. And when I say this, some of the statistics that support the idea, 40% of your youth are without adult supervision after school, at least some of the time. And there's a crying need there for something to engage youth where they're not alone at home. That figure rises to 52% in High Springs and 59% in Newberry. And so I immediately pulled back to a focus group where we got to interact with a gentleman in Newberry who is running a small after-school tutoring / enrichment program that could probably benefit from an incubation type funding source. We also recommend supporting community centers and sports. We know that the Parks and Rec Department is heavily involved in this county and doing many great things. We're recommending that the trust look how they can help fill the gaps, bring information to Parks and Rec, and potentially fund scholarships for low-income families, particularly those in a non-English speaking population. We're recommending that the trust become the marketplace for interns and community supports and organizers. This is another one that really surprised me when I think about what I expect to see, what I didn't see when we get to the end of a project. And you have a huge population of potential interns in this county. Students who need credits. You also have community organizers and people who have been involved in their local small communities outside of Gainesville for generations and want to continue to be involved. And we need a place to say, okay, we need to leverage all this human willpower and work effort around an internship program, a mentorship program, ways to connect interns to community organizations, ways to get 40 students in the elementary education program at UF or Santa Fe over to Newberry to help support the after-school tutoring program, that kind of a thing. And that could be a legitimate role for the trust to play. Finally, we're recommending that the trust become the county fulcrum for information. The trust is a natural place for all of these other organizations to provide their information, to really go in both ways. For program providers to get their information out to the community and for the community members to find out about what's going on. One of the things that came up in one of the focus groups in one of the staff interviews was a concern that, how do we do that? And I always recommend doing it online. The pushback was, well, what about people who don't have access to the internet? And I would suggest to you that most of your community residents either have access to a cell phone and are quite good at accessing information online that way, or have access to someone who has access. And one of the things that struck me just a couple of weeks ago, where I live, there's a homeless lady in my neighborhood. She has her own Facebook page. She updates her Facebook page all the time, and she texts me regularly with what she needs. And so, that's an example where the access to technology is quickly outstripping our preconceived notions about who has it. Looking at strategic planning recommendations, I'm fully cognizant that many of these recommendations are perhaps you've already decided on them and move forward in your strategic planning process. But wanted to put them out here. We are recommending that the trust adopt a posture of listening continually. We're recommending that you support, create youth and parent advisory committees, and that these youth and parent advisory committees have some real decision-making authority. It's not a come in and hear about what we've been doing, but come in and help us make strategic funding decisions. We have these two programs. Come in and help us figure out how to decide if this program that we funded for 2 years is doing a great job, that kind of work. We're recommending that you conduct a regular community survey. I think we decided to call it the voice of the family in Gainesville, in Alachua County. It is great that as part of this project, you have engaged in survey work. And I think there's a lot of useful data points. Fully half of this report is the appendices that cover most of that survey work. But the greater value in doing survey work is to have a couple of key questions that you're asking that you ask every year, ask every 6 months, so that you can see your own progress. We're recommending that the trust communicate regularly. Now, again, fully cognizant that you've been doing some of these things, but that we need to take a more strategic view of it. One of the things that we think would help quite a bit is funded programs being required to promote their work on social media. Funded programs want to continue to grow and thrive. They should be promoting that on social media, and they should be promoting that this work is funded by the trust. One of the ideas that came up in the data party that keeps rattling around my head, which I think is fantastic. You're a funded program. Here's your 50 t-shirts that say Children's Trust on the front or the back or something that we want you to give to your kids. Something like that to keep the word out that this is an active, engaged organization. We're recommending that you strategically approach leveraging community. One of the things that strikes me about the trust is when you talk to people in the community, $8 million a year seems like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. It'd be a lot of money if it was in my bank account, right? But at the end of the day, it works out to be $157 per child a year, which is not enough on its own to completely change the trajectory of that. So we're recommending that the trust leverage community by being that senior advisor at the table of community organizations. The trust can bring to the table advice, connections, maybe a little bit of funding here and there for things like that. We're also recommending very strongly that the trust deliberately collaborate more with the education community. Some of the statistics that are in the report, we not only have parent and youth dissatisfaction expressed in this project with the public school system here, we have some outcome data that suggests that we need to collaborate more with the education community. In 2022, only 50% of your third graders were seen as reading on grade level, as evidenced by the Florida FSAs and English language arts. That's below the state average, 53%. And neither one of those statistics is good in my mind. If only half of our kids are reading on grade level at grade 3. It's a lot of research behind not being able to read on grade level at grade 3, changes the trajectory of your child's life. So we have work to do there. We're recommending that you become a support system for getting new funding for the county. One of the things that is always difficult for nonprofits and smaller organizations is I might get some seed money. I might start off with a small group of volunteers, and then it grows a little bit. Somebody gives me a little bit of seed money. My aunt donates a little bit of money here and there. How do we grow? There is plenty of money out there in terms of grants available to communities for various things. Is it easy to get? It's not as hard as you think if you have a trusted advisor who can tell you how to fill out the forms, who can tell you what counts as this, how do you do that? Every single one of the agencies that we work with has all kinds of crazy requirements for their applications, and having somebody at the trust who can walk organizations through that would be a fantastic way to leverage your money to bring even greater money to the community. We recommended revising the trust principles and then setting measurable annual goals. We're probably already doing that as part of your strategic planning, so I'm not going to talk about that. Finally, we recommended adopting better metrics of output and impact. One of the things that we talked about in our interviews and our focus groups with providers is that the current indicators that you have are really an assessment of the general environment. At $157 per child, even if you put every penny of that into ending child hunger in the county, we probably don't get there. And we need metrics that assess the actual work of the trust and enable us to be able to report back in a couple of years. This is what we were looking at. This is how we have succeeded, and tell the community that. And so we're recommending that you look at things like percent of awarded funds spent by funded programs. So if I give a program $100 and they only spend 50 of it, is there a process problem internal to the trust? Did the program run into trouble? Where did we not support that program and spending all the money that they were awarded? At the end of the day, any funds that you're awarded that you don't end up spending is a lost opportunity. We didn't spend that money on children that we thought we were going to spend. So we should be looking at things like that. We also recommended, for example, looking at program level outputs. How many youths per dollar spent in the program? How many programming hours per dollar spent? I think the biggest one that I encourage you to take a look at, which is, you're at a very interesting point at the generally nearly the beginning of the trust, that we can look at developing the systems to analyze long-term impacts for kids that have been touched by trust programs. One of the most powerful programs that I work with and have worked with for the last 7 years is an after-school program that not only looks at, okay, how many kids came to programming this year, how many hours did they get, and they're happy with the program, is their attendance at school better, but they routinely look at where these kids are 5 and 10 years down the line. And you can do that by just keeping it, starting now to keep track of where these kids are and having a way to later on be able to say, this year we funded an after school program or a summer school program, and 50 kids were involved in it. 10 years from now, we're going to see where they are. There's plenty of research out there that says things like, early childhood interventions lead to higher rates of third grade reading. Or enriching science programs lead to better outcomes on science tests. There's plenty of stuff out there like that research. So you could say, well, that's already been proven. But the power in being able to prove that your programs in your community are having the same outcomes are the things that will lead to continued funding for the trust, as well as ongoing support in the trust. That's it in a nutshell. I realize that the report is really, we try to keep it short, and I promise that half of it, if you have not looked at it, fully half of it are the appendices. I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you have at this point. Ma'am.
I think I asked you a similar question when we last met, and that is, given your experience with other places where you worked, how was this project different, and what could we learn from other work that you've done that might help us?
So I think that two things come out as all the clients lined up in my head, right? What makes you different and unique from other clients is that, don't laugh, this is not trite. Community members here are generally friendly. They recognize community as something that is valuable here, and it is something that they want more of. I don't get that when I go to Dallas. I don't get that when I go to Cleveland. And so that's an asset that I think, your work really starts from there. And what is that? How does that translate into what we do? Well, you have well-established communities here already. And that's where, remote geography plays into supporting it. So Waldo, it is a established community with certain needs, and working through the people that are there is the natural path. It is not, let's land people from Gainesville and Waldo and make that work. And so that's a piece that's different. I think that lessons learned from years of trying to assist organizations that are at this kind of a, you're not really at a crossroads, you're kind of at an inflection point in the sense of we got started. We've had a few organizational changes, a few leadership changes, COVID, you're more at an inflection point in deciding where you want to go. But one of the things that I would encourage you to do is not take it too quickly. It is far more successful in the long run. They are, we're going to chip away at a few things. We're going to make incremental improvements as opposed to dramatic overhauls overnight. Foundations that are built in that manner tend to last. And I think that your organization is well positioned since you're doing the environmental scan, doing the listening project, doing the strategic planning piece. You recognize that, and it's time to take a slow and steady approach. And slow always sounds, I'm not a slow person, right? But the slow always sounds like, oh my God, you're dragging your feet. No, slow means being methodical about it and putting into place the pieces that making sure that this organization is here 25 years from now. And that 25 years from now, we're going to be able to pull the data to say, 95% of the kids that participated in a meaningful after school or summer school program, ended up graduating high school on time, reading on grade level. They're all astrophysicists working for NASA, something like that. And so I think those pieces are, there are assets to build on from here. That's a key difference from many of our clients. And so I think that I would start from there. How is this project different? Coming out of COVID, every project is different. I will say that it was a little more work to get input from community members than I would have bet it would be in 2018 or 2019. People aren't as interested in talking to strangers anymore. People are, there's just a lot going on, and I tie that in with the mental health piece. So going forward, if you choose to implement any of these recommendations, which I should say straight up front, this was a project that you all embarked on and requested assistance with, you're under no obligation to implement any of these recommendations. But if you choose to engage in an ongoing community process, I think you probably need to think that it's going to be tougher than it would have been 5 years ago. It's going to take some time to build trust there. I can see a day where 5 years from now, annual Voice of the Family Gainesville surveys coming on, all the provider organizations know that it's coming and they all get their people to participate in a much easier process. But that was more challenging than we anticipated, for sure. Any questions?
Krista, thank you for kind of engulfing you and your team in our community. I think I really like how you have separated out the priority issues and the strategic planning issue. Couple of quick questions. The second bullet on the priority issue is transportation divide. I am thinking back of, when we first had the trust, when there were 5 members and 15 kind of extended members. One of the recommendations from the community was, if you don't know what's fun transportation, like do that. And you made a comment, that, you know, maybe we have our own transportation system. Like, I was gonna ask you, what would that look like to you? Is it, you know, we have 3 bus drivers and 3 buses and they are part of the trust transportation team? Or is it, we fund providers to provide transportation? How would you envision that looking like for parking?
So here's where we need transportation where US transportation services do not currently exist. And I say that the first part means we need to ensure that those currently available US transportation assets remain in place, whatever that takes. As I understand it, free transportation for children on that system did not start until COVID. We need to do whatever it takes to keep that free. And then we need to go one step further and go, US, do you really need the extra $2 or $3 that the parent on the bus with the children are paying? Right, so let's get to a free for families transportation system through the US system, would be fantastic.
It's hilarious to call it, I know that's because actually it is, you have to, but it's actually the Gainesville.
Sorry.
But that comment, I can take back to the city of Gainesville, and the county, and say, when we fund kids, allow the parents to ride for free. That's a policy decision, and I think we can make that happen.
Well, I mean, it just because it's not a huge amount of money, and you know, what's my alternative if I don't have $2? I put my 8-year-old on the bus and go, get off at the third stop, you know, kind of thing now.
Okay,
So
that's great.
ensuring that continues, I was surprised to see that was even available in a community like this, because, you know, public transportation is usually not a big deal in smaller metro areas. And so ensuring that continues. I think your next step to it, if that can be expanded, is to look at expanding it. It's probably for whoever funds it, and I'll say this up front, it takes 2 or 3 years for things like that to really become embedded. And so for the first 2 or 3 years, everybody's going, we're throwing our money away because there's nobody riding these buses. But we have to, you know, what do you do first? Put a program here and have kids here and then, you know, wait for transportation to happen, or do you put transportation in and then wait for programs to come? And so I think that we have to recognize that that'll happen. That'll take 2 to 3 years. I think that, you know, there are companies that provide transportation explicitly for children. There are already some organizations that you support that provide transportation, say pick up from school to go to my after school program. So can I lean on them to provide other kinds of transportation? Because they already have the infrastructure. Is the way I would go first.
Okay.
I would, you know, go to local nonprofit providing an after school program and say, hey, you already have vans that are doing this. We'd also really like you to run, you know, 2 or 3 back and forth loops on Saturdays, taking kids to the library, on Saturdays, taking kids to the museum, you know, and all they're doing is providing the transportation piece. Other ways to do it. I've seen it in my own local area. It is a municipal bus system, and it's designed really to be child friendly in terms of the stops that it has. You know, anybody can ride, but they look at it from the perspective, okay, when do kids need to go and where do they need to go? And so there's a local bus. This is true in Boulder Valley. There's a local bus station or stop right outside every high school there. And that, you know, it has a pickup right after high school lets out. It has a pickup, you know, essentially right after when sports let out. That kind of a thing. You know, we talked to the data party about how wonderful it would be to have the after school bus that many of us relied on to be able to participate in things when we were younger. You know, I did take a look at the budget for the school district, recognizing I know what their challenges are with transportation, but that could be an area where maybe the trust could step in and say, how can we help make this happen? And see about funding that explicit piece so that students can take advantage of things that are already in place in their schools, but where transportation is a barrier. So lots of different ways to crack it. And I'm a big advocate of trying all of it at once. and see what you get to work.
One other question, if I could, Madam Chair, thank you. So in your first, thank you for that. In your first bullet, priority issues, adopt explicit dollar spending goals by age group. So we have talked a lot about, at least on the steering committee, about this idea that if 80% of the brain is developed from years 1 through 4 or 1 through 5, and we have a really bad year from trauma, that's 20% of that brain, and then we pay for that for the rest of that child's life and trying to figure that out. And so we really should be focusing our funding on changing the lake and changing the opportunities for kids at very early ages. And so what you're recommending is a third, as I understand it, but that we should consider doing 50% for 0 to 4, birth to 4, and then 25 to 25% for the other two. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I actually, we've had discussions at the steering committee level, not at the full board level, about how maybe that should even be more. That should maybe even be 60 or 70% 0 to 5. And I wanted to hear your thoughts about that.
So we talked about, you're exactly right in characterizing it. And I think that where we landed on was there was friction in evidence in the interviews that we did, that the board is, how we divided the money is of key importance. And we wanted to leave room so that people who have a particular area of focus, don't worry that there's not going to be funding for them next year. That there is a baseline amount of funding that will always be spent on these different age groups, while leaving room for incubation, innovation, and supporting other good programs that come along. That's how we decided on $8 million, split it in half of it is earmarked for these different age groups. The other half is going to impact kids somewhere in those age groups, right? But it could be innovative programs that are going to only hit certain age groups, kind of thing. The research is very clear, and I've been working with early childhood programs now since the 90s. That's terrifying. But 0 to 3 is key. Many of the things that need to happen for a child's normal mental development happen between the ages of 0 to 3. And I would argue, prenatal to the 3 is the key window for a lot of things. And it is true that if we miss those opportunities, in some respects, there really is no going back. And so I think it is legitimate to discuss whether or not we fund that age group at a 2-for-1 kind of level, as opposed to the elementary and the after schools. Now, I say that recognizing that oftentimes a lot of the after school programming for secondary students can be very expensive, right? You want to give good, high quality opportunities to secondary students. That involves field trips, that involves, athletic equipment potentially, that involves bringing in experts and things. And so it can be very expensive. The key point though, is that we believe it would benefit the trust to adopt explicit dollar values, goals in each one of those spending areas. And then what happens with the other half, which would be $2.5 to $4 million if you don't do a 2-for-1, or if you do a 2-for-1 on the early children, is you'd save that for innovative new programs, save that for an incubation space that again could impact any one of those age groups.
Thank you. Thank you.
And when I read in several places on the report, again, your recommendation about the trust becoming an information resource portal. Because, and when I look at your list of, what the family said that their service resource needs are, a lot of those programs do exist. So that tells me that families aren't, connected, or maybe we need to expand some of those. There are existing, like United Way 211 has an information line, and there's My Florida, My Families has an online portal, and there's an Aunt Bertha. I'm wondering, how do you see what we might do better or differently than what they're trying to do? Because what I see with a lot of the online systems is they become outdated very quickly. And then it takes somebody constantly looking and updating to keep it current.
It does take that. So the United 211 system was brought up explicitly in that focus group I told you, where they started ignoring me and started sharing resources. They flat out said 211 is good, but it's really for crisis intervention kind of stuff. If you're hungry or you need help with your electricity bill, that's where you go. It did not point to the larger mission of free, low cost opportunities for enrichment for my children, tutoring for my children. It did not include, I can see a place where you have an online portal that'll connect families to everything that's available, and we need to be thoughtful about how we present it. Is transportation provided for it? If not, what's the closest bus stop to where this program is? How much does this program cost? If I can't afford it, is there a scholarship available, and where do I go to get one? That has all that baked into it. And then seeing the bigger picture, we could also have plugged in there, are you interested in this program? Parenting education program, which you can't get to it, that's okay, click here, get the recorded webinar. And so it becomes an information portal all on its own, but it also connects everybody, and we don't see that exists. So how do you go about doing it?
Hire a 20-year-old.
Well, I do think that, you can leverage your community. And, if you wanted to work directly with United Way, I would have say, look, this is what we've got from our research about your portal. Can we work together to make a bigger, better portal? And go that way. You could do it all in-house with part of the trust. I'm a big fan of, we have a lot of assets here in terms of lots of young kids with lots of technology capabilities. And so why not have it be something that is, funded and run by 5 interns from UF every semester, or Santa Fe, and do it that way. But there is a real need for it. And I think that if you accept my supposition that online is the way to go with that, a lot of cool ideas bubble out of that. I do think you probably need a shorter website name. It's gonna go through there, just straight up, but way too much to put in there.
What is our website name?
Children's Trust of Alachua County.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we need like 211 plus, 311 plus, whatever it is, something like that.
Bestinfo.com.
Yes.
Dr. Fredo, thank you for all of this, for all you know, for what you've done. 2 questions. One is more of a statement, but the information resource, I think is probably a good idea. And hopefully, because we're just focusing on children and family, we're not trying to do all the community needs, that maybe there's a higher chance for success. The question is, how far do we go into it? You mentioned something, but do we also include in there, if a child needs pediatric, dental, pediatric, whatever, do we go into that realm, or is that getting too specific? Where do we go with this? And I talked to Marcia earlier today about, that I think that this would probably be a good thing, that we are the resource for both children as well as families. Where can you get, I need information about this or that. All you gotta do is get online or call us. And the key is to keep it updated, and how do we do that? So I thought that, we don't make motions in this setting, but when we talk about it, have staff look into it. And because I know that they're already working on something right now. And how much time would it take to dedicate staff time to do this? How much actually would it cost to do this? Because whatever it costs, it's not a program. But I think that if it's not prohibited, as we go through the budget process, they can give us some sort of idea. And after they tell us that, then we can start on, we have this much left after, if we choose to do the information. So the other thing that going through the information, there's a lot of information. I think there were 270 pages, and there's only 107 pages of the report, and the rest of it was information. So y'all accumulate a lot of information. The outlier was Alachua. So my question is, from a number standpoint, was there's just not much there in Alachua, and then you got a couple, a survey or the community event, and one person or 2 people were were giving their input and not very much else was happening because, you know, no Alachua, they do a lot there.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. That bubbled up for us as a like, wait, what? Had a moment when we were looking at the data, let me get to where the results are.
And I'm not intentionally to discredit.
But it did pop up, and I can't answer the question of, you know, did we only be cranking people in Alachua to answer the survey? Or did we hit actual, you know, this is generally what people think. I can tell you that we had 103 responses from parents and caregivers in Alachua. In comparison, we had 394 from Gainesville. And so when we looked at some of the breakdowns, we did do, you know, my neighborhood is a good place to raise children. Overall, that was something like 73% or 74%. And Alachua was 46%. Most days I feel that my children are safe. Gainesville, that was 75%. Alachua was 43%. So I can't answer the deeper question without us doing a more focused survey on just Alachua County. It did come up in focus group as well, though. We did do a focus group up there, and the Santa Fe High School was up in that area. And so we heard it from several directions. I think the survey results do not conflict with what we've heard in the focus groups there. If that gives you any reassurances. But yeah, I agree with you. I was like, wait, but I expected it to be far more negative in perhaps some of the smaller communities than it was.
Well, I guess that it becomes incumbent upon us to have a discussion with some of the leaders in Alachua to find out, to share this information and find out, you know, they're characterized as good life people. And it, you know, seems like some of the information we got, conflicts with that. So,
Yeah.
so
I don't think that is the good life piece has reached everybody in that city yet. It's pretty good going back as well.
yeah.
I think it's, you know, what I was saying earlier, I think it's demographics who you talk to, because I often say that the people who live in the community, like, y'all, this is the life to me, why are you saying that, you know, but I think the divide that, what I read and hear from east and west, rural and city of Gainesville, I think that just kind of translates into some of our rural communities. I think some areas where the income level may be higher, they may be more connected, have transportation, have resources, they're having better outcomes and they have a better outlook on how their community and how they're being served than folks who are a little less, who have less resources.
I'm done. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'm trying to have a question. Dr. Carito?
Yeah.
Yeah, please forgive me. I have a question. When you back in section 5, you said you fund the grassroots of orchid. Can you help me with that orchid term?
So the orchard is, so we took a look at who you fund, right? And so where did I say this? We looked at, like, one of the organizations that you fund is Boys and Girls Clubs. So I specifically called that up because I love what the Boys and Girls Clubs does. They are a fantastic national organization. They're also a very established organization. And so they would be part of the orchard, and we continue to fund that kind of program, which is, you know, already in several areas of your county. Or do we fund the grassroots? So then the gentleman who participated in the focus group in Newberry, who's running an all volunteer after school program, tutoring kind of thing. It doesn't have Boys and Girls Club available to them. That's really what we see as the choice for the trust to make. And that's why we decided to, it's the recommendation on incubating new programs. It is, you know, and it's a choice for the trust. Do you fund things that are available? Do you wait for the gentleman in Newberry to, you know, to start a 501c3 and then, you know, find some paid staff and then get a little bit of seed money? Or do you help that process along? Do you provide them with a $5,000 to $7,000 seed money grant, and it's a, you know, with not a lot of strings attached to it, other than, you know, we want you to get a few things in order, right? And then you successfully do that. We've got people on the staff here who can help you walk through a bigger application process. So now maybe you can have some paid staff in the Newberry program. And I'm just picking that one up because that was a clear example of the difference between the grassroots versus the orchard. The other piece to it is, and this was a learning piece, is, you know, you have programming deserts. We talk about food deserts a lot in urban urban planning. There are definitely programming deserts within this county. And, some of the ones that are there are, after school. I mean, it definitely tugged at my heartstrings to listen to the middle school and high school students in Hawthorne, when they're like, we don't have any after school programming. I'm like, all right, what does that actually mean? And they're like, no, really, we got nothing. And I'm like, what would you guys like to have? And I'm like, how about art? Can we have an art club after school? And I'm like, oh, geez, you guys really don't have anything. And so, do we fund that? Do we go to the school district and say, hey, there's a bunch of clubs available in some high schools, like your downtown high school, tons of stuff available, right? But there's nothing available over here. And I know how K-12 works in the sense of, well, we normally rely on teachers to decide they're interested in funding, starting a club, blah, 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 blah. But we recognize there's a need there. How would we come up with some programming that we think students might like there? And the trust gets that rolling and that kind of a thing. And so obviously, again, we are providing recommendations that you're under no obligation to take. But we think that might be a good thing for you to think about strategically. Some money every year funding something new. Will they all succeed wildly? No. Research will tell you that some of them will crash and burn, but some of them will succeed, and that's where you want to go. Sorry.
I have a follow-up question. Are you also talking about incubator type programs? We had some discussions in our steering committee about neighborhood, community, grandmoms and grandfathers where they're actually helping care for the children at a very, very early age. Because they can't afford help, they can't afford childcare, and mom or dad has to work, and so here we are. Is that also an incubator type program?
That could be part of a community center incubation program. Church have long done like Mother's Day out kinds of things at very limited scale, but catchy title was going right through my head. Grandparents growing their own kids, growing grandkids, and inhabit at the community center. So now the kids have a place to play in perhaps a more enriched environment, right? We have toys, we have books, we have things. We might have a community center volunteer or a paid staff member there to make sure we abide by the rules, and maybe we can work in some parenting classes. One of the things that came out of one of the focus groups was a grandmother raising 3 or 4 children, and he was technologically illiterate, would like to be less technologically illiterate so she can kind of keep up with her kids. But mostly the thing that she said, and she said it a couple of times, she said, I'm just tired. I'm just tired. She needs support in raising these grandchildren. And so providing that kind of, again, going back to the original idea, fostering greater community. So 5 or 6 grandmas at a community center with their grandchildren, everybody wins.
Good.
So I was going to, my next comment or question was going to be to us as board members. I'm not sure if you guys remember when we first started the trust, probably a year or so again, under our OED, and after all the Bruce group forming, the Positive Youth Development Organization. I cannot remember the name of it. And I think they commented to a conference about it. It was about youth programming, how to develop programs, program quality, supporting them. And so we were kind of figuring that we had all these different programs that were in that space, but folks didn't have capacity because there had been consistent funding and that type of thing. And we had kind of pursued that. So we paid that group to do that summer needs assessment and that growing up, you guys remember that, had the children that. I think that was kind of along the line of my comments at the last again. I was like really kind of having some expertise within the trust to really guide and develop and support the programs that may exist. There may be some folks that are out now, programs are out now, like part of what we've done as an organization has been to try to improve the program quality and like supporting them. Remember the UCF background checks and all those issues, CPR, safety, health and safety type classes. So I think maybe to make our spends go better or go farther and to support our communities, we do pursue that. I think we got away from that when we had the change in leadership and we were going down that road, pursuing that. I think that's something that we come back and I think that may help us to be able to develop programs where we can get out and to address these, what you call them, program deserts that may exist. And they're not just in our rural areas. We have program deserts right here and within the city limits. So that was one comment I wanted to make. And then the other I wanted to say is that I think really we have to, as a community, look at you guys, well, we don't have now, and the city, active recreation, because like when you would compare us like to some other areas, we have like buildings, right? We have school buildings, but like in the recreation space, we have recreation centers, but we don't have a lot of programming. You know, like I mean, and then like even like in Alachua, this because she mentioned that, like they have the 2 centers there. And we funded some, the trust funded summer program there. I don't think we did a little bit of after school, like in one time, but we have buildings, but we don't really have a really robust programming after school through our city parks and rec. I don't think. I think they do some athletic stuff, but just like in community center. One of the things I saw in here, which I read, and I can echo that, and that teens say that they don't have a place to go, a gathering place, like they say, NLK is open, but it closes like at 6. It's not open on the weekend. We're just general, like going and play games or whatever. And I think that's something that the trust, city and county government, you know, we need to really work with the partners to really fund and figure this out so we can provide more opportunities through the buildings right here. I mean, our community votes for these taxes. I mean, we have this tax, you know, Wausau's public places. I mean, they've been generous when we've gone to them and tried to put these things out to help our youth. But I just think we really have got to figure out a way of using existing assets that we have and the resources that we have to really launch our reach and come out of the silos. Like, I don't think the Friendship 7 is still in existence anymore. I think the 80s, I don't think that initiative is what it was. But I think
good president, new president.
yeah, well, I think even before that president, I don't think it was really.
What you're talking about, like when I was little, we had either boys club baseball league or city baseball.
City leagues or.
Yeah.
Like, I live in the outline here, I don't live in Alachua County, but in my area, we have these really great community-based nonprofit leagues. Because what I read over and over again, everybody's looking for these different sports options and they're expensive. You know, you guys have great travel ball opportunities and and scholarships for college, but the normal child and family can't afford to do travel ball. So I think if you can expand something like that, but
Tell the story about the father who.
So,
For y'all
the scripts that we did in Spanish included a dad who was not a native English speaker, right? So one of his challenges in trying to navigate this system where most of it's not in Spanish for him. But he had a child that really wanted to participate in baseball. And you know, so, you know, we leave the community after we finish these projects, but stories stay with us forever. And one of the stories that sticks with the facilitator on that was the dad was practically in tears saying, you know, my child really wants to play baseball and I really want them to have an opportunity to play baseball, but we can't afford what is offered here. And so how do I tell my child, you know, no, you know, we can't even begin to pursue this dream you have, 6-year-old child, because we can't afford baseball. And I think that, you know, personally, you could have knocked me over with a feather when the survey results from the youth came back and we talked about what they wanted after school, and they primarily said sports. Now, lots of different kinds of sports, right? But you know, it's hot, it's muggy, but they want to play sports. Okay, I'm down with it. But none of them were saying, you know, I want the opportunity to participate in some super fancy league where we travel all over the country and I get a cool uniform and things like that. And I go back to the days of raising my own children, where we lived in a community that supported summer swim leagues. We had a community pool. And so we had a summer swim league where we competed with the 4 other neighborhoods that also had a pool, right? I mean, I'm like, this is crazy. But the kids had a blast. You know, at the end, what did they get out of it? A little $3 trophy and, you know, parents brought a dinner and stuff like that. But students, youth, are asking for opportunities to do something other than their norm. They're asking for opportunities to try new things. And really, they're asking for you to provide a community structure that they can't build on their own. Because they can't go, okay, I'm gonna go reserve the MLK Center, and the 10 of us are gonna form a basketball league, and all we need is basketball. They need that kind of a structure. I don't think that they are asking for, super, they're asking for someone to say, okay, the gym is open from 7 to 8:30 for youth aged 11 to 15. If you want to come, we'll divide you up, somebody, an adult will referee, kind of thing, and have opportunities to play. We've lost a lot of that in our post-COVID world. And so they're asking for that.
Well, in our area, the coaches were our parents, so it wasn't even like you paid the coaches, they were free help because their kid was playing on the ball game, the team, so.
And the driving involved the uniforms.
Yeah, it was under sponsors, like you had it coming and they wore the Dr. Hartman on the back.
So I guess I'm more heartbroken than most that the Friendship 7 didn't really turn out to be what we wanted it to be. But I'm wondering if we at the trust can rekindle something on behalf of children.
Yeah.
And that will get people to the table when we are explicit. What we want you have to do for us for children in this community. And this whole thing about getting interns over here, I think is brilliant. And I think that's one thing we can follow up on. But I was really struck by what the kids were saying and what we've observed. We have a lot of buildings. We have a lot of facilities. And there's some reason, and I think we could get to the reason, that they're not open after hours. What do we need to hire a security guard? Do we, you know what I'm saying? Do we need insurance? But I imagine, and I'm here with the school superintendent, I imagine that the school superintendent wouldn't hate for his buildings, our buildings that we pay for with our tax dollars, to be used after hours, but the budget that the school system is dealing with does not accommodate staffing after whatever time. I don't know what that would be. But could we, as a trust, provide the staffing and let that infrastructure be used? Because all kids manage to get to school. And if we had late buses or some kind of transportation, all families could get there. And it just seems so doable to me. We don't have to build a new building.
There's a lot of churches that have gyms. So, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities.
Not sure, and this kind of goes to Ken, because, while I was on the commission, the county commission took the approach that it was up to the city to have the leagues, and the county, what the county would do, would buy, land and, for the public, to the wild spaces, public places where they can go, commune with nature. And but we didn't do programs. In a couple of cases, we've bought some, property and work with public-private relationships so that we could have a baseball league, somebody came and provided it, we gave the land and a tennis facility and soccer facility. But as far as sports programming in and of itself, the county didn't feel that that was their responsibility. It may have changed in a number of years since I've been on there, but the county felt the investment should be in the land and not the sports. So that may have changed.
Yeah, so it has changed a little bit. We, a month ago, we had another.
Which is really good.
I know. Well, it's good because we have bought a lot of land and the county is still going to continue to buy land, but the county has, for the first time ever now, adopted a parks and active recreation master plan. And it is still for building parks, but we haven't discussed about programming. We have changed the percentage from 90-10 to 80-20. So there's now twice as much active rec programming available in the incorporated. But I think this idea of rekindling the Friendship 7 on behalf of children is a wonderful, amazing idea, because there's so much that group, school board, city, county, US, NFA, there's so much that they could do, but if we focused it on children and just on kids, and I think there could be an opportunity for us to figure out how we could rekindle the programming piece now that we have purchased programming facilities, and over the next 10 years, we'll be improving some of these active facilities. You know, you improve a park, the city just spent $2 million to improve Westside Park, which is great. Wouldn't it be great to also have programming for the baseball fields and tennis courts and swimming pool and you know, because we're going to be bringing folks out to these new facilities. Or maybe we can partner with some of our nonprofits to help provide that program. So I'm all in on that. Sure.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So with the, what we've heard is, you know, it's the access and opportunity that we know, it's access and opportunity to healthcare, to mental health, education, career exploration, and training, right? Our programming that's summer after school, prenatal, or all of the other groups. So, I mean, it's, and along with, Commissioner Court just said about, you know, a master plan. We need a programmatic type of master plan. We need an access and opportunity master plan, you know, and this is collectively going back to all of the bureaucracies here in our county. We have the resources. It seems like, not just here at the CTAC, but collectively, you went to Santa Fe, the school board, and right on down the list, right? The city, the county, go right through the list. It seems to me we have the chamber, all kinds of folks that lean in, right? And so how do we harness that and how do we develop that access and opportunity master plan, the economic, you know, the economic access, the upward mobility, the whole thing? How do we make it comprehensive? Because we have the one-offs everywhere, all over the place with wonderful intentions, with great intended outcomes. And so I know that's always been our challenge in Alachua County is how do we bring that together? Who is that clearinghouse to guide that work? So when it's not a push and pull between our bureaucracies, I think that's been our challenge for decades. It's not the intent of the community. There is the intent to help. Like you said, there's a friendliness there, but the divide is great. And it's an achievement, it's in economics, it's across the board. We look at poverty and everything. So we still haven't arrived at what's our master plan and not what's the plan, but how do we take action and make that happen? And there are wonderful opportunities. So I don't have the answer to that right here, right now, but it is the collective resources, these leagues and sports and all of that. Yes, we have a lot of coaches right here at the University of Florida, young students, coach little leagues, and parents, and we have to reestablish that network. We used to have it, but it all, you know, between travel ball, club volleyball, club soccer, everything else, it all went away. You know, the boys club, southeast and northwest, where we grew up, aren't the southeast and northwest boys clubs, but they were successful, and all kids could participate. All those other things we have to work on to get them there, the access, what it looks like in Hawthorne and Alachua. So anyway.
I'm gonna go online to Rosella Papa first and then. Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I keep leaning over because I can't hear necessarily everyone well, but I just want to go back to the point that was made in the findings, and what's essential is we've got to keep our communication lines open. And I know last week we held a funders convening, and the trust was there, the city was there, the county, United Way, private foundation, and community foundation, and it was great. It was great. We have not done this convening since 2020 during the pandemic, and I think we had a lot of great synergy there for who's doing what, you know, because you know, we all have limited resources, and we want to use those as effectively as possible. So we're going to continue with those. And that way we just know where, you know, what lane that we need to stay in to be as most effective as possible in delivering these programs. I wanted just to address the point about the Friendship 7. There are a lot of talks about bringing that back. We had a lot of discussion at the end of 22. However, there was just major leadership transitions that took place. But there are talks, and the trust would definitely be at the table for that, of bringing that back later this year. That was critical, and unfortunately, it just kind of fizzled out. But there are talks of bringing that back. So wanted to share that with you all today. And then also, I know it's not perfect, but I think, I believe it was Nancy that said, Dr. Hart may have said that, we need some interns for gathering all of this information and making it accessible. And, maybe that's a great idea, because, we're sitting on the hub that the trust is a part of as well, that helps us gather the data on the nonprofit sector and the needs, and quite frankly, also the disparities that we're facing in the nonprofit sector. And I think between that, maybe 211, some information from UF Health, the county, I feel like we're so close. We're so close that we can bring this home. And I think that was just the points that I wanted to make. I've been over here trying to jot them down as we go, but thank you for all your work on this listening project. I know it was a daunting task. A lot of things that we've been hearing for years, some things new, but I'm very hopeful and very excited about what the trust can do and what we can do for our community. So I just want to thank you for all your work on this.
So I want to take a little bit of a step back if we can. This is a table full of people whose careers have been around solving problems and doing action. We're not a group of folks that like to just sit back. And so we immediately jumped to talking about programs and what specific things need to be in what community. Because that's what we do, right? We each spend our own career kind of saying, okay, this is how you solve that problem. This is the thing that's missing. So when we started the trust, we set up 4 goal areas because we felt that those were the things that were most critical to the well-being of all the kids in this county. And remember, that's what we promised, right? It was going to be all the kids could benefit. And so before we start to talk about programs, I think we need to say which of those places that we identified is there the most hurt? Is there the most lack? Is there the most detrimental current status for our kids? And then we're hearing a lot about internships, be the senior advisor. Well, that all requires infrastructure. So how much of our budget do we want to spend on infrastructure right now, given how small we are relative? And how much do we want to actually spend on action services? And then when I think about services that help children, I think about 3 things. I think about prevention, which immediately brings me to the 0 to 5, right? How do we keep those kids from suffering harm? We have some of those little ones already suffering harm because we know there's abuse and neglect. So I'm not saying 100% of the focus on those little ones is a preventative one, but certainly if you look at the balance of need in that age group, preventative is much higher than intervention. You get to the middle schooler or that middle group, the 6 to 12, and now you're talking kids for whom social determinants have had a negative impact, abuse has had a negative impact. You're going to have this number of children for whom you have to either mitigate those externals or you have to intervene in the damage already done. And so the balance shifts from what that age group needs, perhaps away from just prevention to more mitigation and intervention. And then you get to our high schoolers who are really hurting. Many of them have already been damaged, right? We've seen that. We see that in their lack of academic success. We see it in gun violence. We see it in gangs. So it's a heavier lift. Still some prevention, still some mitigation, but a heavier need for intervention. What I can tell you, having done this for years, is that intervention is a lot more expensive than prevention. So what we need to think about as we allocate dollars is not just how much do we put into each age group, but which of those categories are we going to need to invest more in per age group to have the desired outcome. When you're starting in a system where there's already damage, you cannot abandon either end. So while I get the idea of a split based on age group, and I don't object to a minimal balance so that there is a guaranteed minimum, I want to caution us that the kinds of services that we need for each of those categories have a higher cost. And we can't be all things to everyone. We can't be the senior advisor, the grant writer, the capacity builder, if we want to have any money left over for services. So I'm just, this is kind of, as I've been listening to everyone,
You know, yeah, my kid was in band. It was great. I loved it. We would love to have band for every child. Can we do that? Is that the place to start? Not until we figure out which areas are the most dangerous for our children right now and prioritize where we intervene.
Well, and you're at $157 per child, you know, and that was kind of my
For
latest.
some, that would be 0 for some because their parents won't, their families won't use any of our services, but the goal still has to be that we want this sort of early prevention and stage intervention to salvage the kids that have already been damaged by what our system has not provided. That's all. And I just felt the need to say there's gotta be some structure around that. It's not just like jump into what program you like.
We go to programs.
I need to. So this is what
She said go slow, we have to go
Right.
slow, methodical,
but I always say, when people used to bring me data, I always say, well, what's the question?
I'll just add one more thing to what Maggie said, and that is, I think we also want to think about for the children who have a successful time going to Dr. Prada's comments about longitudinal. What happens if we are successful in having good opportunities for after school recreation for the children who have good experiences in the first 5 years thanks to their trauma and their families? What is our community doing for them to continue on that much in the new year? Well, it might not be anything we fund, but creating the kind of networks that Dean's talking about, right? So that there is more of a universal approach here to things, but recognizing that we can't do everything, but creating networks and connections, and not just saying, oh, we're only going to worry about the kids in elementary and middle and high school who had trauma in the first 3 years of whatever. Right? So
we can be traumatized later on too.
oh yeah, absolutely. And we also know from the research that we can do everything right in the first 3 to 5 years, but the trajectory can change rapidly, as many of us are.
Anybody else? Oh, well, thank you so much. It's a lot of work, so I'm gonna. Do we do the public now or we gotta wait? So we'll open it up to the public at the very end. First, we're going to turn it over to Nikki Martin Bynum and Rashmi Rutledge, our strategic facilitators, to share some information of their thoughts.
Sure. So it's actually a really good logistical question, but so taking into account, we're right at about 3. I know we're going until 3:30, and I know we need to take some space for public comment. Do we need any indication? Say that again?
Maybe we could ask who at the public here wants to speak. So we have a show of hands. So we can count, but everybody, how many people?
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand. So.
So we may not stop at 3:30. Okay, we'll
We
just.
have about 20 minutes of public comment.
Okay. So I have a stop at 3:30, but Vashti is on, and we'll see if she can kind of pick up from there. So if we need to extend beyond 3:30, is that okay for this group? Okay. All right. So now we're going to do the very fun task. The word I keep coming back to is rapid cycle. So now we're going to take that last conversation and try to process through it quite quickly. So in this stage of the strategic planning process, there are some core components that we have to get very comfortable and familiar with. The first part of the environmental scan, does that feel very familiar for folks? Yes, so that was some work that Bonnie led, where particularly we looked at like what are the existing indicators that speak to well-being for children and families in Alachua County. And so Bonnie was able to go ahead and share that information. The secondary piece of information that we knew was important is the listening project. So today you've got an opportunity to hear kind of what the results of that effort are and what the recommendation. Now we get the fun dance of taking a little bit of this and a little bit of that, all of the wisdom that exists in this room, as well as that exists in the county, and starting to put it together to do the very difficult dance of now how do we create a plan that is owned and that it has measurable outcomes to move us forward. And so let me go ahead and do a share screen real quick. And we're going to see how much of this we can get through. Good. So that's Vashti. She is on, Vashti, give people a little wave. There she is. She is on virtually. Thank you, Vashti. And so the steering committee, so you've gotten to hear a little bit of the very difficult conversation that have been happening with steering since about December. And so in this last round, when folks are given the opportunity to reflect back on the environmental scan, what we had at the listening project at that time, it wasn't the final document that you've now seen, we asked people to do a little bit of reflection. And so these are the considerations that the steering committee went through. So the key indicators, existing or new, that present immediate return on investment. Because we have been hearing there are some things that folks would like to do immediately, but then also say, we also know that there's going to be other places and spaces where we need to be a bit more balanced and we need to be more intentional. And quite frankly, it's going to take more time. And so we ask people to consider that as they thought about this information from the environmental scale, as well as from the listening project. What's the greatest potential for impact? So that was another consideration for folks to hold as they were absorbing all of this information. What need is the trust filling through this investment? And what has the community highlighted as a significant area of need? So wanting to ensure that everything that was done in all conversations, the voice of community was centered. And so we've grounded our discussion, also thinking through, I heard a little bit of it, around, universal services and targeted services. So that we are a trust for all. And so what that really anchored into was this recognition that sometimes in promotion work, there can be county-wide campaigns that every child can get the benefit of, every student can get the benefit from seeing or hearing about. Every family gets an opportunity for exposure. Additionally, we then moved on and said, but then there are also prevention. So there's degrees we know in certain communities, where do we want to dig in specifically? And then intervention. And so oftentimes intervention being that last place where we say, there is something that is now happening and there's an opportunity to mitigate or to create less harm. And so wanting to make sure that we were also using that frame as we discuss these topics. So we are going to try to, and this is where I'm getting a little bit of help, because my inclination is going to be to talk really fast because we have a short amount of time, right? So if I'm talking to the fast, it's just non-sensical, not making any sense. Someone wave ahead because that is going to be like the Jersey in me being like, we are on deadline. You have complete permission. So in our last session, what we spoke about is we looked at the priority areas, all four, three of them. We got the three. And then from there, we asked folks to hold those questions and see what came up for them in terms of conversation. And so the first question that we posed was around all children are born healthy and remain healthy. And so what would that look like as we think about how we prioritize work in that space? And you'll see a little bit of what came up in the conversation. And again, these were conversations that lasted for about, I want to say 20, 30 minutes, and then another debrief. And we had to distill all of that into a single slide. So no, there is a lot of conversation behind these slides. And there were a lot of data points that people spoke to when they pulled these forward. So right now you're just seeing a bit of summary. And so as it came to all children are born healthy and remain healthy, there was a large conversation around access to medical care. But thinking about that from a comprehensive standpoint, so not just primary care, but also prenatal mental health, as well as preventative health. And folks started naturally going to solutions, which I understand is very, right? And they were like, well, how would we do that? And so naturally they started offering up like around community health workers and navigators, what peer support could look like, and wanting to say we believe these are strategies that we invested in to support ultimately seeing an increase in access to comprehensive medical services, the ability to navigate with support through those services, because sometimes, as some people have said, the support services are there, but kind of getting through them sometimes takes quite a bit of discipline and commitment. It's really easy to throw your hands up. And then also thinking about who could the trust partner with. So in a lot of these conversations, the idea of partnership opportunity naturally came up because as the group was saying, if we want to see improvement around all children are born and remain healthy, that is not one institution sold out. That is a community effort. And who are the other people who are naturally impacting that? And so then there was a lot of conversation around housing, food accessibility, and community safety. So if we're thinking about children being born healthy and remain healthy, then what are the partnership opportunities? So it was a bit of a dance between what are the specific things we can invest in, and then what is the system and partner work that we need to be investing and supporting as well. So this was just a snippet of the conversation to give everybody an opportunity to just kind of weigh in on that first one. And then now taking into consideration what you've seen in terms of the recommendations from Dr. Prito and the environmental scan. Our plan was to engage in a little bit of rapid cycle prioritization ourselves, which was holding in mind, again, environmental scan, listening project, and your own wisdom. What would you add? What would you rethink from what the steering committee initially came up with? And we were going to take about 10 minutes to meet it. We're now going to take about these high achievers in this group, I know we could take about a minute. And the way we're thinking about this is first pass, right? So we're going to keep getting at this again and again and again until we can distill down into a plan that you will have in July. Coming up rapidly. Actually, Christy, look at me, maybe it's June. I just trying to get extra bucks, y'all. That sounds good. There's so many things to consider between what, from just the conversation around promotion, prevention, and intervention, to what is the system building work versus direct intervention, versus how do you then even prioritize where your funding goes. And as you see, as we get to some of the other ones, folks in their discussion started saying, this is where we want money to go. But for this person, they didn't necessarily get to where, they didn't get to the percent of where they would like money to go, but they really honed in on, if we want babies that are born healthy and remain healthy, then we have to think about the medical care. So I'd like to put it out there for a minute. What else would folks add to a discussion around children being born healthy and remain?
Can I just add something to that? I think two things that we talked about today that really impacts us, access is transportation and the resource dimension. You know, we talked about in this group having somebody actually navigate you, but you got to start with the knowledge, the database, whatever it is. So I would explicitly say that it's very important. Yeah, and I just want to put a little asterisk on this because this is a rapidly changing environment because now a bunch of people are getting booted off Medicaid. Well, not all of them in Alachua County, thank God, but a lot of people in Alachua.
So need is going to only go up. And so then what will those supports look like? So typically I would allow for more space, but
It's up to you. Anybody else have any?
and again, this is just first pass. And we're not going to do 10 minutes. No. Not today. So the second discussion, all children can learn what they need to be successful. In this conversation, specifically, folks are looking at an increase in the number of children enrolled in quality voluntary pre-K, increase in the number of children who are ready for kindergarten, increase in supplemental behavioral supports for teachers K through 12. This came up in quite a bit of conversation around, you know, what are some of those pro-social behaviors that we want to see more young people embracing? And so what are those supports that could be happening either after school or during school? There was a lot of talk also around mental health. And then increase supports for BPK teachers to understand behaviors rooted in trauma. And so this thought and notion around what would it look like if we were attending to harm that happens right in the beginning, particularly because I know there was a data point folks were very connected to around this particular age group, this our little baby, and then how they are showing up in the child welfare system. And so naturally, the group said, well, we can't take this on alone. Here are some partner opportunities that exist, and of course, collaboration with our school system, with our early learning coalition, as well as mental health providers. There, I think we can comment in quotes, right? And 50% of the child population is 9 and under, then 60 to 75% of our resources should be focused on children and their families in this age group. So that thinking is already emerging and just wanting to make sure that we uplift it. So in terms of financial resources, where would the investment go? This is where this group wanted to start the conversation, right? We don't have numbers attached to any of this yet. It is saying, where would we start the conversation? And they said around quality VPK, kindergarten readiness, as well as third grade reading proficiency. There's a fourth one, you're not able to see it, and positive learning environment. And so that would be from early learning through grade 12. So that is where this conversation took us. So I'll let everybody kind of digest that in just for a quick sec. And then holding that lens again around prevention, promotion, and intervention, as well as targeted and universal. What else is coming up?
So I'll repeat my point, which is you don't know whether you're gonna need 60 to 75% until you know the cost of the kinds of services you want to provide in that age group. Because they may be more services, more kids, but less cost per service.
So what I would say is I think we have to prioritize as a trust, knowing that if we're gonna really focus on changing the direction, then that means probably less money for the older age groups, which costs more to intervene there. And so I'm really gonna be focused on what are the best providers that are providing the highest quality care in that age group, because the cream will rise up. We now have some data that we have been funding for 3 or 4 years, many of these groups. And so I think we have to start looking at that and say, you know, we're not gonna be able to fund everybody anymore, but we have to fund the best.
You mean on all the funders, or you mean the groups that are in this?
And I think one of the things that I've heard from just today alone is this notion around partnership and system building. And so sometimes it's, from what I'm hearing in the conversation, it's going to be about identifying where does the trust want to put its investment, not whether something is worthy of investment at all in the county, but then through those partnerships.
Right.
Yeah.
We have to just prioritize where we can.
And so then it becomes a matter of, so what does that system building look like? And I've seen other counties where they have been extremely successful in doing this, where they kind of carve out and say, I'm funding this, you're gonna fund this, but then we're gonna collectively be responsible for this particular indicator. And so those are also things for the trust to consider about where that funding goes. I can tell that folks too.
I don't know what you're about to say, because what we just talked about, what Tina thought, which is, hey, county, hey, city, hey, small city, we need your help. Programming, we can't do all that. Y'all are gonna have to put the budget aside. Hey, you're gonna have to provide some people. Like, we as a trust need to say to other organizations what we need, because we can't do it all, but we know what we need to do and who we need to fund, that the county's not funding at all. They're not funding zero. They're just not. I mean, what are they doing? They're just not. So, but the county can maybe fund programming for basically out at Slip My Heart. So that's what I mean. I think we as a trust really have to, as the experts, and I think our staff, I need to say this, our staff need to hear this. I think our staff are the experts in this community at understanding what this community needs. You have now gone through years of interacting with providers. And so I really trust our staff to give us some recommendations. Not just with locally, but I mean, nationally, the stuff that me is doing with the Pritzker Foundation, we've got the expertise right here. So I just want to say.
The last point, just so people can understand, the last point that we talked about, we discussed was disruptions in the classroom.
Yeah, that happens.
And that's, and addressing that from, you know, whatever it is, and, you know, in some cases, it's where children don't, you know, are falling behind in class and academically, and, you know, and that creates problems. There's mental health issues. So we felt that, and that was, you know, from the beginning to 12th grade, you know, to help come up with solutions with disruption as far as, in the classroom, to create a positive learning experience environment.
I think so many things converge in a classroom. So many, be it health issues, poverty, hunger, mental health issues, it all kind of converges and becomes visible in a classroom. And so I think as we identify those things that need to be happening, I want to be mindful of who is out there providing interventions, prevention, mitigation services in those areas that are causing what we're seeing in the classroom, and then making sure we're the payer of last resort where that's possible. So if there is somebody who has insurance or Medicaid, we can fill in the gaps, but we should be making sure that we're maximizing our use of those dollars. And I will tell you that in the mental health sphere, Medicaid actually is a better payer than most insurance. But any commercial insurance company I know, they pay for more than they have one enough. You know, thank you. I guess I'm listening to my colleagues here and I can agree with parts of what you guys are saying, but I'm wondering, like, has anybody thought that we should back up and look at the system that's creating the problem? Because we could be putting money into stuff and we got systems that's constantly breaking people, breaking things. But I mean, and we have 5 people that are part of systems that are creating a lot of problems. Like these systems are operating and they're operating and creating these issues that we're dealing with downstream. And so while I can agree with us wanting to invest in prenatal to 5 early learning, I don't think any child is irredeemable when the system has been set up and it's functioning in a manner that causes them to have some of these ills. So you're gonna say we're gonna spend less on the back end as the children get older because it costs more to intervene and prevent and mitigate. Well, the system on the front end, maybe we need to look at some of these systems on the front end. And if we can't change on the front end, that means we just treating fish. We're not cleaning up water. We're just gonna be treating systems. And the kids will go into school, get school age, and they'll go to school, and these problems will definitely be manifesting. And the trust by law cannot fund the school system programs directly, okay? But we have a school system that also, once we could deliver them a child who is kindergarten ready, who's ready to learn, but they get there and then that system breaks them. So I guess we got a lot more work to do. We only have 30 minutes in here. But I think before we decide on how we're gonna plan, what we're gonna find, we need to identify some things because I'm getting a little bit passionate about this and I don't sound hostile. But
I think we need to be hostile right now. We gotta work this out because
we got
30% of our kids can't read at 3rd grade and that's 10% in the state. And so if they get the kindergarten, well, I hear what you're saying, but they're not getting the kindergarten ready. They're not getting the kindergarten ready. They're just not. 50% of them are.
And they're falling behind us.
So I think I'm hearing 2. One is what programs do we fund? The other is what advocacy do we engage in? Because we're not going to fund things that change the school system. We can advocate, we can collaborate, we can push.
I'm not talking even learning, I'm talking about even health disparities, even of those. I mean, we have some issues and things that we gotta like look at the barriers of that there and to see, are we gonna be even investing in that to fix something that is only gonna be broken again?
Right.
If we invest in money here, we may meet that need, but then they get over here, there's another barrier or another system.
But I think we also have to be realistic about what systems we can directly impact and what systems we can indirectly try to impact and use a bully pulpit and use, collective advocacy to try and influence.
That's what I'm saying. We have to identify those systems that we can end
I have
up
absolutely.
before we fund it, before we.
We don't know that.
I'm gonna go down here.
So I'd say in the question of what's missing, it's out of school programming, because this is putting a whole lot of pressure on a VPK program for 4 hours a day, and the school system for 6 hours a day. And so in terms of the system as well, and this is what which has been with the school system as out of school program is tell us what you're doing so we can help you and we can support you. So without that piece of the puzzle, the child's gonna be ready for kindergarten, they're gonna be reading at 3rd grade, and then 5th grade, they're gonna be behind. And so I think that's the biggest piece that's missing from this area.
And the other thing I see that will be a positive if we became an informational portal is we be aware of what everybody else is doing. It's not as much, I mean, it's as important if we're sharing that information out, but it's for us too. That we aren't duplicating, replicating and stepping over firms that already exist because we know they exist because we're aware.
And no, I was like thinking as I hear your passion, right? I like that word, and I appreciate it, right? As I hear your passion, I hear you speaking to the system building component. And that is also a part of the conversation that we will ultimately have to have, is saying how much of this is about system building and partnership work versus how much of it is going to be around intervention work. And so I heard right in the beginning that that's work that the trust is ready, willing, and able to engage in. I think it's a support of the board. I'm saying, what spaces do we start? Because to your point, there's quite a few systems, and some I think where you're going to be more tapped to these ready partners than other systems that are just kind of used to operating in isolation. And so I think those will be some questions that you will have to examine and explore, Marcia. Yeah. Go through. Go back.
You're down getting.
We talk about the digital so all children have nurturing and supportive caregivers and relationships. So this group actually, they did this kind of in a little bit of a different format. They focused on currently what it could. And then they really thought about what they believe we needed more of. And so they focused on programs that support parent-child bond and saying that there needed to be some more opportunity spaces that really support those healthy relationships, and then supporting community members who fill in the gap when children are removed from their homes, which you cannot see, which speaks a little bit to the family friend and neighbor care, which was a part of what we spoke about. So I know the discussion earlier, that almost felt like that piece was getting professionalized. I think it was really saying, well, what already happens naturally in community, and how can we support and uplift what is already occurring in some of these spaces and potentially provide some resources there. So this group was really just centered on, again, the family resource centered, and then those maternal child health programs. And as they saw some of the biggest partners that they would need to really connect with in terms of being able to see movement on that, they were looking directly at the child welfare system, and then mental health and substance abuse providers came up very strongly as they were looking at some of the child welfare data. So take a second to choose, and again, first tab. Right, if I look at Marcia too fast, she's gonna flag me off. I'm trying not to look at her.
Well, I just wanted to say one thing. When I read the materials that you sent us ahead of time, it seemed to me like there was a big hole in this section. That's all I have to say.
That didn't, like, what was missing?
Everything except for a healthy start, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? There was a big gap in it about what we claim will have all children succeed in having their current supporting caregivers and relationships. Like, we haven't articulated that as a trust. We haven't got the service providers on board and promoted those activities. Somebody somewhere may be doing them, but we seem to have a gap in our understanding of that space. I thought that was a good one.
And I did share with the group, because I pulled it down, you know, kids that get removed from their homes are the cases that are the most extreme that DCF deals with. And I think it was well over 50% of our removals were based on substance misuse of the parent. So that's a big indicator that we can, you know, what we do with that, I don't know, but that, you know, when I look at all the reasons that a child could get to that place of removal, it was substance misuse that was impacting our kids.
95% related to deaths. 95%.
Related
to deaths. So. Huge.
And that was another, if we go back to that first priority area about children are born healthy and remain healthy, that was one of the systems that folks are saying. All of this is interconnected in so many ways. And to that point, if we think about that seriously, it also doesn't only impact this space, but it impacts some of those other priority areas as well. Again, first pass, feel free to email Marcia or myself additional thoughts. But I do think it's a wonderful point about taking maybe a little bit more time and getting very clear on like philosophically that space. Because that was one of those where you could certainly see folks were talking and there's conversation generating. And the other one that was so clear. And so that you could tell it was still a little bit of like parsing it out and unpacking it. And so this one we did in a little bit of a different style, to look different and feel different. Children live in a safe community, so we had 2 hours to go through the other 3. And so this one we tried to do a little bit via email. So as I looked at all of the emails that came through, and we have them for record if anybody would like to take a look at them. These were some spaces when it said children live in a safe community. The partner opportunities were certainly around mental health and substance abuse providers, how are we connecting in that space, the Department of Juvenile Justice, as well as for folks who are working in the intimate partner violence space. Those were some of the places where folks said, if we want our children to live in a safe community, then we have to be very clear about what's already existing in these places and where potential overlap could be. And then overall, you'll notice they're not numbered, they're not prioritized. This was what we were able to kind of look at as key themes that came through in emails. And we saw decreasing infant mortality as a place in space, which we also saw that one before, increasing pro-social behaviors for adolescents, welcoming a decline in bullying, decreasing intimate partner violence, and decreasing community violence. So this is another one that had huge implications for a child's health and well-being. And I think the trust will continue to have to explore what specific role would it like to have in this space, and then as well as what kind of systemic partnership role it would have in this space. If there's anything that initially pops up, feel free, we'll jot it down and then also get this back out to you.
I just got a quick one. I know there's a lot of interest in these notes in using infant mortality as an outcome, but in a community this small, you really need to use premature birth. It's just the denominator is too big. And in this community, you need to do something that's in percentages, not in per thousand births. When we only have a few thousand births, is my purpose.
Great.
As a creator of the math.
Has nothing to do with the math, but it's something else I learned when I wasn't learning to be a doctor.
She's a good statistician.
I was about to say, yes.
So that was our first pass with the entire board kind of getting to see some of the thinking of the steering committee members, as well as getting to offer up some of the ways and places and spaces. We now get to take all of this in connection with the final recommendations from the listening project that we all saw today. And then we're going to be able to provide back a set of recommendations for you to continue to chew on. So, we say sometimes you go slow to fast, and now we're going to go fast. And still hold Dr. Prita saying go slow. I'm going to translate that to be intentional. And so we are going to be as intentional as the moment allows. And so on that note,
Will we be able to get access to this right?
yeah, and you'll get one that'll show where the new comments are. So it'll be integrated. So you'll be able to kind of see the original and then versus what was extracted from today's conversation.
Thank you very much.
I think what would be helpful for me in helping navigate the dilemmas, present from there, is as you do these areas and discuss them further, what sorts of evidence makes practice? Which ones are the most important? Also, what are the evidence practice? That'll help figure out what the cost would be and how we allocate the funds based on what the evidence is practice and then against the process. I think that would just be helpful in that. And I do have
I hate that we're going to go to community comments because they're going in.
I think March is point to movement along.
It's minor now. So, okay. Well, let's go ahead. We are running quickly out of time, but we want to give the public that was willing to sit through this whole thing time to make a comment. So if those of you who are wanting to make a comment, we'll give everybody 3 minutes each. And we've got a good timekeeper over there. We're going to have to stick to the 3 minutes, but if you want to start lining up, feel free.
My brain.
have you ever seen that A to B and one goes like this and another goes linear? Mine is the one that goes like this. So I did make a few notes. This is such a good conversation. My name is Ruth Benson, and thank you all. I do miss the days in the Children's Services Advisory Board when you all would let us interject and we would take information in real time. Because this is an inflection point and because I thought maybe it would be helpful not to just look at the future, but the past and the present, with the past being what we said to voters and the present being what we're doing now, and then the future, your strategic. So I actually have a couple of I think there's one for everyone, at least on the board, maybe staff. Two of the mailers from the campaign and because I think that it's just kind of important to kind of reground where we started from as we move forward. And things we talked about were prepare children for kindergarten, improve quality of after school programs, and have a larger return on the investment. I've retired myself, so I'm more of a something. But I'm making notes when we were talking because I think it's really interesting. We've had some really great conversations really over a decade about a lot of this. And so a couple of quick points I wanted to make. One was the zip code. We all know that zip codes are really important, but also what Dr. Hart's heat map showed were that percentage of population in the zip code can really help you focus in on where kids are that really need resources and streamline how you get your precious public funds, those kids who need it most. And I think that one of the things we asked during the campaign were, what do all children need? And that doesn't speak to $157 a child, but what do all children need and what do some children who need more require? And how do we help those kids? And I think when I think about that, all parents and families benefit from system changes. And some kids who need more benefit greatly from programs, access to high quality programs. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out. I went on the transportation. I wrote Friendship 7 5 million times on my pad. I agree with that 100%. And I see, for instance, the bus transportation is a great way to bring in and tell me when I need to wrap it up, to bring in the transportation between the county funding and the RTS in the city and the Children's Trust. That might help. And also churches have a lot of vans, that they might be able to help. So, and the last thing I want to say really quickly is that when you talk about innovation, one of the things CSAB did was they did collaborative RFPs. Those were hard. But what happened was people in the community actually had to come together and talk about how they were going to answer your specific goals.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi there. I participated in the listening project, and they had a hard time understanding why I was in the room at first. I'm a citizen being taxed. I'm a business owner with a stake in the workforce in the community. I'm a qualified adoptive parent and eligible for foster care. I was a nominee to sit on this trust and participated for a year at these tables until the governor made his appointments. And I'm also an elected official. So I've got a stake in what goes on here in a number of different things. And I really liked, I read the whole 270-page packet and I looked through it in the annotation and I really liked the recommendations, but I liked the passion, Tina, that you were bringing to this, because we need some of that. And Maggie, the why question is really important in this, because the analogy that you brought up about the fish and the lake, and if not everyone's familiar with that, I'm not going to use my 3 minutes to go back to that, but it's very attractive to save those fish. But at some point we have to be spending part of our resource on why and what we need to change in order to make an impactful difference and eliminate the need. And so, you've mentioned innovation in your speech. And so, transportation might be something to really look at. I mean, it's on this list, but how many problems would that eliminate? Not only for after school programs, access to medical care or anything. And there's some really innovative programs done in very rural areas that forget the idea of a bus, because buses aren't going to work from High Springs into Gainesville or wherever. But individual rides that are door to door might be really cost effective compared to what a bus costs, you know, and that type of thing. So how innovative do you want to be with that? There's state restrictions on how you fund things. You can't, most of your grants have to be reimbursement grants. Well, how innovative can you be and do what the insurance industry has done with private businesses for many, many years? You come up with an insurance product. What if you could bond somebody who has a really good idea that they'll use the public funds the way you want, whether that's seed funding or whatever, and if they fail to perform, the bond pays off. And the citizens' money is protected, the taxpayer money is protected, but now you could actually let that individual running a program in Newberry have access to cash without having to wait for reimbursement and leverage their ability to interact in their community. So I do think some of the time really needs to be spent on those harder questions, because it's easy to go to programming. And there are a lot of people sitting behind me that run amazing programs that I would personally support. But I also think if you really want to have that long-term impact and have the trust renewed, you need to be spending some time on how innovative it would be in eliminating what are the barriers to us doing this? What are the barriers to using schools after hours? You know, what are the barriers that really prevent kids from having the job skills? Because as an employer, they're coming out of high school without what they need to know. Thanks.
Just reminding as you come up, please introduce yourself.
Ross Ingalls. That.
Thanks, Richard.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Ann Fisher, I'm president of Bases in Motion and also a data collector of racial disparities in the school system. We look at the data of Bases in Motion kids and track them over time. We get middle and high school kids. I would argue that those kids are just as important to support as a 0 to 5. And I will say why, you know, in that I see kids who come in from elementary school on a grade level, and middle school, big dive. I mean, I feel like at every transition, at every point in their development, they need to be supported. And otherwise, because they're still living in the same under-resourced neighborhoods, they have the same systems that are working against them. They have parents that also were failed by the school system. So we have intergenerational problems now. The parents do not know how to support their children. They don't even know that how far behind a lot of them are because they're not being told, and they don't know what normal is for our normal people, so to speak. And I'm being slightly sarcastic about that. But anyhow, and we know we're learning more and more about neuroplasticity. You know, we do know that it's better for 0 to 5, 0 to 3 brains to not have all this trauma. But my God, we had COVID. There's so much trauma that is happening at every level of their age. And, you know, you can't just say, okay, they're kindergarten ready and everything's going to be fine because of what Mrs. Certain said. Things aren't fine in this community. And we have to support these youth. Even if it's just one caring adult, that makes a huge difference. I'll get to the other thing. So that's my one point that I'm very passionate about. The other is training. I'm not sure I heard much discussion in this whole thing about positive youth development. How do we assess the program quality? How do we inform our providers, many of which don't look like the kids that are getting the services, in cultural competency? How do we actually do trauma-informed care? I think there's a great opportunity for coaches to be trained in trauma-informed coaching techniques. They can either be re-traumatized by athletics or they can be brought up by athletics. Some coaches are naturally good at it, some are not. And I think that's a great opportunity. So I would argue that prevention at every age is very important. I know some of the people out here are looking at trauma, they're looking at a deficit. All we're seeing are the worst situations, but we're seeing kids that are brilliant, that just haven't gotten a good shape. And that's, I feel like it is cost effective to support those kids. I don't think they need tertiary care. I think they just need caring adults something to do and something to believe in. And I will say the word hope, because a lot of kids have lost hope in this community, and we need to do better on that regard. One more thing, the reason a lot of schools aren't used in the after school time is because there is no access. The principals are giving autonomy. I think in Montgomery County, one of the ex-city officials said that they have a law, or I don't know what it is, policy, that schools have to cooperate and share their facilities with citizens because they're all the state. So I think that would be a good, I did print that. It's a good model, I think, in Montgomery County to say, hey, open up these schools. We can do joint use agreements. We can look at insurance things, and we can do better, because then you eliminate the problem of transportation.
Thank you.
I'm Dorothy Thomas. So a lot of what everybody else has said, I was really fond of what Maggie said as I was writing down notes as everybody was speaking. You know, I think it's great that we've had a lot of these discussions, but you guys have limited capacity, both in manpower and in budget. So rather than divvying up the money in any particular way, I think it's really important that we think about our priority areas and where our community gaps are, and then make sure that our dollars reflect that we are addressing those priority areas and our desired outcomes. It's not just that we're putting money into a particular category, but that it is achieving a particular operational outcome. And I think that that's something that we have not done a great job yet. I think that when you look at the data from the listening project, I think it's important to distinguish between community wants and systemic needs. It's great that we want more dance classes and cooking classes and all of those kind of things. That is not going to change any outcomes by itself. If you connect those things that people want to the things that we know make a difference, I think that's where you're actually going to see systems change. I also think it's really important that we look at the context that some of these data points come out in. For example, the 63% of BPK kids feel like it's achieving what they want to get their kids ready. I dug out the big old Wells Florida data index from when we did this for the CFAB. And if you look at who's attending BPK, I looked at the number of kids that are in poverty, and it shows that the table is called number of children enrolled in school readiness or BPK with level of poverty. There are only 1,400 of those kids that were even in BPK. So out of those 63% of people that were happy of it, only 1,400 of them are kids who are really struggling anyway. And so I think anytime you get this big, giant compilation of data, you got to kind of dig out what it really needs. And I don't know that we always do that. We see little disjointed buckets and we don't understand how it all fits together. I often ask Mia and I spend a lot of time talking, probably to Mia's dismay, about what we can do under the Pritzker Initiative. And I asked her, you know, if you could wave your magic wand, what type of things would you do? And we've talked a lot about this, and I don't want to put these words into Mia's mouth, maybe they're my words, but things that we've talked about is thinking about how you create this whole system. And this is just an example. It could be true for after school programming. A lot of what Ann said, I agree with. It could be true for mental health. But like we looked at it in these terms. First of all, you've got to provide better access. So things like extending vouchers to higher incomes and lower incomes, or people who may not have the criteria for ELC. So first of all, you've got to create more access. But then you've got to make sure are the programs that you're creating access to worth sending kids to. Are we doing things to improve the quality? And how can we incentivize the participants, the people who were giving, you know, these kids for vouchers, can we improve their quality? And then the third piece of it is, do those families then have the wraparound supports that they need to change what's going on in their own sphere of life, so that whatever we're doing in the schools or in the early learning programs or in wherever is actually making a difference? Because if we don't pull parents along, no matter what we do with kids for 6 or 12 or 8 hours a day, isn't really going to matter. And so I think, like, if you look at it and those, put them all together, then that starts to create systemic change. And that's what we're talking about. Any one of those things by itself isn't going to make that much difference. And I think that's the type of 3-minute version of what we've been thinking about might work.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey, I'm Charlie Jackson, the chair for Managed Youth Development Foundation Incorporated. We've been here now for about 12 years as an educator business. We started back with Charles Hall, when he was working with the school board. Back at that time, less than 32% of the African American young men was graduating from high school. I want to commend the high school today and the superintendent for the success of the graduation rate. So the tremendous increase to where we are now with African American graduating in our county. Now, I agree with what Dorothy said and some of the other speakers. But first of all, I'm going to start by saying I've heard sitting here and I've heard nothing new. Everything that was said today was very similar to the reports and investigating work done by Dr. Hart and a lot of other people in the committees years ago. And we're still here today talking about the same thing. As it relates to agreement, Dorothy, is that we should have one county, one mission. We can't have fragmented stovepipe solution when dealing with children. We got to have a way to ensure that we have a strategic plan for our schools, our homes, our government. Let me go back to home for a minute. I don't know how many parents in here. 2, 3, 4. That's what I'm saying. We've got to engage those families. We got to go back home. I'm for home-based programs, getting the grant, getting back to people, getting back into those communities. We got to have everybody connected. The business has got to play a part in what we're doing. The schools, the education got to be a part of what we're doing. The parents has a major stake in this thing. They've got to be the line haul leaders in what we do. Now, as far as the program goes, I think the program is great. I was very excited for it. I voted for it. I pushed for it. And let me tell you, I feel that we're going to make a difference as a team. I'm in this county. I love this county. I'm in it for the long haul. I believe that one, in terms of having organizations, we are 501c3. Basically, what we need a mentor in the trust, someone to help train our folks who are dealing with the cutoff dates on what it is you got to do, how you got to do it, and how you got to track it, how you got to get things turned in on time. Funding is critical for us. 90% of our participants are from single parent homes. The other 10% are grandparents. They're low income communities. We need funding up front in order to effectively do the required planning and coordinating over an annual period of time. Why? Because we produce an annual schedule and we don't want to make changes to that schedule once we produce, but we got to have the backbone and the resources in order to plan for employment opportunities, to plan for exposure of our kids out of Gainesville into other environments, transporting them to different places. That costs money. We're making a difference, but we need help. Help could be, for example, if we have a 20 annual year budget, we ask for $20,000. Give us maybe, I don't know, give us maybe 5,000, 7,000 to get going, seed money. That helps us out. That helps us get started. And then there's a requirement to close out. So I want to say thank you all very much. And we need help. Board, we need help. We can change the life of our children, but we need help. All children don't need the same. One solution will not fit all. So I want to just close by saying thank you all.
Okay.
And Chair, we allow 25% upfront access to the program. It's never just
Okay. So that was initially just for summer. However, it was brought to my attention when I got here by a couple of our providers, and we are changing that so that we do that for all.
Okay, thank you.
That would be amazing. My name is Sherry Kitchens. I'm the director of the Child Advocacy Center. I've also lived and worked and raised children in this community for nearly 30 years. And I think one of the things that I feel like would be a benefit to trust our governmental organizations, our nonprofits, and our families from a pure community education standpoint is to really focus on adverse childhood experiences. We know that adverse childhood experiences play a factor in outcomes for children, but I don't know that that information is pervasive across the community. I think that would go a long way in helping parents understand, one, why their children are behaving the way they are, why they're having some of the issues that they're having, and that community-wide education could go a long way for our family accessing our services. Okay, that's the other challenge. We have lots of programs, lots of services. We have lots of families refusing services when they're referred. Services aren't that attractive. Well, why are they not that attractive? Well, because it feels like you're saying something's wrong with me or my child if I'm being referred from a place. Well, if families and just general community understood, right, but when these things happen to their children, we can help do something. And it's never too late to try. There's never too late to have hope and provide some intervention. But if you don't know that these things are creating your child's behavior in the first place, it makes it really hard for you to want to make the connection from this bad thing to that great service or that growth thing. So I need to see the trust pouring money into programs that families aren't accessing because they aren't educated well enough to know that these programs really can help them with what they're having trouble with their kids home, at school, and in community. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for asking these hard questions and being into it. And again, like the gentleman said, I have a long list.
Thank you. Anybody else? We're kind of needing to wind down before too long. So.
Good afternoon. My name is Addison Staples. I'm Executive Director of ACES in Motion. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak and all the conversations. Really enjoyed them. I really do support. I really was. I think Maggie's comment about getting up on a 30,000 foot view, and this I remember early from the advocacy days and the boost days. It was by statute, all of the children's trusts, I believe in the state, the services provided to youth have to be preventative, developmental, treatment, or rehabilitative by statute of it's listed in the state. And when we did our advocacy early on with Boost, which was a lot of the discussions I heard today from the consultant about all the work, we had done a lot of that work initially during that time. A lot of the data represented the same data, and I echo a previous speaker. We've been hearing these same recommendations for quite some time. I mean, even in 2017, Mayor Poe commissioned at the time the Youth Summit, and transportation was the #1 on that list. And so I would just say that just for those board members that may have not been present during what and don't even know what Boost stands for, it stands for Better Out of School Time. It was a grassroots movement commissioned out of the 2017 Youth Summit by the city mayor at the time. And it was a really cool group. So I urge you a lot. And I just wanted to remind the board that we still have all that data. And there was 2 reports that did come out of that. So I just want to make sure that you all have available. I can forward it to Marcia. And so a couple of things, I wrote them down because my brain scatters similar to Dorothea, I feel ya. Parks and Rec is at capacity. I know the recommendation was to support the Parks and Recs more. They're already at capacity with waiting lists. Same with Girls Place, same with ACES in Motion. We're all at capacity with waiting lists. All the quality youth out of school and after school programs, EDP has a waiting list. All the good ones have waiting lists. So I just want to make that note. And the $157 per child, we're not funding every child. So I would like getting better data of how many low income, because I don't think we fund anything that's not low income. That's like one of the key markers, or 504 plans, but how many low income youth are there? That would be a good data point to know. I know that RTS was mentioned. I know 95% of my parents will not let their students ride the RTS bus because they don't view it being safe. My recommendation would be I think I've heard of this, what's like a share riding, like an Uber or something for youth. So they get an extra level of certification, level 2 background check. That way we can call it, we can give a code. I didn't get half of my things, but I would also urge you to look at Project Play Aspen Institute about all the rec programs. That is one of their missions. And and reading the book, What Happened to You by Bruce Perry and Oprah. A lot of that is supportive of a lot of the previous comments as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, can you send to, it's Shiner and maybe the board, do you remember the transportation recommendation you gave in your 1 or your 2? Could you send that back to us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we also looked into funding other after-school programs, churches.
Yeah.
The insurance that won't work, because then you become a rental company, and according to the insurances, if you lend your van out to another person, if you then become under the laws of a rental company, you cannot do it. The best recommendation is to hire a transportation company. You call them up, you give them a code, and that is the name.
And don't use whoever Medicaid.
Don't use that.
Not use whoever Medicaid.
Okay, well, what Tina was saying, because we do have a 4 o'clock board meeting starting, so we'll let you go. And then after she goes, we're gonna take just a 5-minute break, and then we can start the board meeting. Allow public comment to continue for those of you who can't stay until we get done with that meeting as well, because we don't want to cut off this great conversation. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kate Williams, and I run the Brightheart Program at Girls Place, which is a mental health and social emotional learning program. We've been doing this work for a long time, and I just have a few things from what you guys covered just to hopefully supplement some of the work, make it easier, so working smarter than harder. One of the main things I think is really important to be aware of is in programs like some of ours that are existing programs, that we have mental health professionals embedded in some of those programs, and we certainly have a need for them to be embedded in those programs. So rather than just focusing on what, if you did a Google search of mental health providers in Gainesville, you probably wouldn't find me. And I've been doing this work for a while because I'm embedded in another program. I'm not at a mental health agency. So I just think that's a really important advocacy point for those of us who are doing community counseling and are working within programs that currently exist and making them higher quality programs and making them more whole child programs. And so please make sure that you're looking for us too. Those of us who are doing that community work that might not be easily found, but we're here. So I think that's a really important part of it. And I think there's some other things that we could have a conversation about the diversity of types of mental health professionals. You all specifically talked about behavior specialists. Behavior specialist is only one type of mental health professional. I happen to be an MFT, so that family stuff that you were talking about, that happens to be one of my specialties. But I didn't hear that mentioned at all, having a family therapist. And there are a lot more that we can talk about, trauma being also a really big one. And so please also consider all the different ways that mental health can be integrated within current programs, current services at lower costs, really, than utilizing some of the other things. We are doing interdisciplinary work in the programs already and working on the multi-systemic teams. One of the other ones is I love hearing y'all talking about sports. Sports were also a big part of my life growing up and is a big part of Girls Place. But there is, as mentioned by a couple of other speakers, trauma-informed coaching. There's also social emotional learning that is within coaching. That's something that we're currently working on developing at Girls Place, is to integrate more of that. Because as many other people have said, we don't want to undo the work that we're doing in other areas. So we don't want to see a kid going into a sport who has had a good experience, but then they get traumatized by their experience in sports because that coach is not doing a good job and is hurting the kids that they're working with, or helping some and hurting others because they're focusing on one thing rather than multiple things. So another place that we could really develop more, we already have, we just need to be doing more of with the right people. I think 2 other key points is telehealth. Virtual is growing so much. I may have mentioned that in other meetings. I haven't been here in a while, but I think that is an important part to increase access. We call that a pandemic positive for us, that especially with some of our older kids, we're able to do family meetings in the evenings with some of those families who can't stay after because they have younger kids that gotta get home and see. My last point is just providing trainings on the site of your programs. So even us trying to get here today, we had to coordinate a lot of different things in order for us to come and advocate for these programs. And if we have somebody coming to our site and saying, hey, we'll come and train all your staff on this, or a rotation of different sites that we're going to have all after school programs go to this location at this time that actually works for the after school programs, that's not when we actually have kids, is another really important thing. Is like get smarter about how we're doing access to trainings as important as access to the services for the people providing the help to those kids.
All right. Cool. That was a lot. Do we have anything about that? Yes. Okay, so, I will take a motion to adjourn the meeting, and again, we'll allow for some more public comment when we go into our regular board meeting.
Yeah, so.
All in favor? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all for the time. That was great.
Yes. No, I'm gonna be. So And, that whole to us because I think that I got. I think, but I don't know. Okay, okay. Yeah.
Or came on, but
It's gonna come on.
no, that should be.
What are we trying to do?
Let's move it closer to the board, because they can't hear us.
Need my, the podium.
Yeah, yeah.
We're gonna try it at the next meeting and see.
Okay. Thank you all for staying with us. Someone now call the meeting to order. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, come forward to the podium at the appropriate time and introduce themselves to the board. Members of the public recognized by the chair will have 3 minutes to speak on a single subject matter or to address the current motion on the floor. The clerk of the trust will come to them for the time. The clerk will now call the roll and verify that we have at least 5 members of the trust present at today's meeting.
Member Carter,
Here.
member Andrew,
Present.
member Cornell,
Here.
member Hart,
Here.
member Ferrera,
Here.
member Peterson,
Here.
member Snyder, here, member Conley, here, member Martin, here.
Form. What I would like to do, I hope to actually, if I could, if we could continue with public comment if we have to. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak at the end of the last meeting that didn't get a chance to? Okay. I'm gonna, we go to, we got to talk to Roxanne. Yes. Yes, we said, that's what we said, I'm gonna move 6 minutes, when our general 6 minutes.
Consent agenda and the general, yeah, but move approval of the agenda, which includes general comment. And consent.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. All right, we'll now to our Susan and Good idea. Citizen input. Come on. You would come and say your name. You have 3 minutes with the board.
So, my name is Jonathan Leslie, Executive Director at Arthur Field. I just wanted to thank each of you for, being here this afternoon. I mean, I think a lot of really important and, necessary topics have all been covered. And I think, sitting here listening to all, I think Superintendent Andrews said something that was really telling of a lot of the challenges that we're facing. Is that, opportunities are available in our community. The problem is that access is not to probably a lot of the people who need it most. And that's kind of what I see in our organization. We have a lot of programs throughout all age spectrums that people can take advantage of. Unfortunately, most of the young people I work with don't have transportation, don't have money, don't have housing stability, don't have all of those things that you need to really be able to take advantage of, things that are above and beyond surviving the day to day. So I think it can all be said that we all, probably everyone in this room, not probably everyone in this room, values all age of every child, of every young person, and there's no one here that's only wanting to serve 0 to 5, 6 to 9, whatever that may be. Because the reality is, most of the young people I work with didn't have someone that was even able to get them to their, well baby checkup. They maybe were reading fine through elementary school, but then when they got to 6th grade, they didn't get what they needed and they weren't able to read and stay on level. And so now they're reading at a 3rd grade level and they're 16, 17 years old. And you look at these issues. We just sent 2 of our students to Kissimmee to get dental care because they were going to have to wait till July to have abscesses taken care of here because there are no Medicaid appointments available with anyone on their insurance. And so what I look at is you guys can be the conveners of a lot of people in this community, whether it's the University of Florida, that's a top 5 university in the country, but yet we're sending people 2 hours away to get dental care, talking with them, saying there's no shortage of mentors, tutors, all of those types of things that we can have for every young person, every student in this community. The county wild spaces, we have in our class, 10% of the students we're serving right now have been shot in the last year. All of them, the one have been somewhere where someone was shot. And the one outlier knows someone getting shot. So when we start talking about like a basketball gym with someone there to do something, probably would have mitigated a lot of those situations. So, I think we have to really look at practicality and what has a big impact. It isn't all any certain age group. There are needs through all of these, and a lot of them are more simple than we're making them out to be. So I would just hope, and encourage you to pull the county together, the university together, the city, the school board, everyone, and that you guys are on the same page to begin working on these issues because, if not, there's a real crisis for young people of any age in our community right now. When you look at the outcomes of COVID, gun violence, and all those things, it's a crisis. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, I'm Margot Takama. I know many of you already, but I wanted to come here today to introduce myself as the Executive Director of Food for Kids Backpack Program. So as part of Food for Kids Backpack Program, we provide weekly bags that cover every school-age child in the home to 23 different schools in Alachua County, serving 661 students. Of course, there are other backpack programs in our community that are doing great work as well. We are looking at a few of the challenges of losing students between elementary and middle school and high school. I'm hoping to implement some pilot programs in the next school year that will help us carry forward those students that we have in 5th grade to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and likewise in high school. But I'm looking forward to meeting with you and learning more about the Children's Trust and how there might be some potential collaborative efforts, between Cooper Kids and the work that you're all doing to help improve our community and the children's needs. So thank you.
Mark, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You said Cooper Kids, are you affiliated with another organization or do you work out, are you a standalone organization or are you affiliated with someone else?
No, Cooper Kids Backroom Program is a standalone 501c3 organization. We have been in the community since 2010. And like I said, we serve 23 schools in Alachua County. We also serve schools in Levy and Dixie County and are currently working on a partnership with Bradford County. This organization has been grassroots until January when they hired me as their first ever executive director. And so I'm really looking to not only raise the profile of the organization in the community so that everyone knows that we exist and what we're doing on a weekly basis, but also to help get more people involved in solving food insecurity for children.
I guess is it different for backpack for kids or is that the same? Or am I calling it at home?
You might be thinking of the Weekend Hunger Backpack Program. So that is run by Catholic Charities.
Catholic charities.
There are also a few churches, like there's one in Alachua that handles some of the schools out there. And there's, I think, another one in Gainesville that handles one of our local schools instead.
Thank you. I was just trying to figure out like what we got.
Yeah, of course. And I will note that we do not have any caps on the number of students in a school that we can serve. If there's a hungry child, we're going to do everything we can to feed that child. We have the capacity and the infrastructure to be able to do that. So I think that is something that does make us a little bit unique. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna tell them.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Walter Sox. I actually reside in Tallahassee, Florida. I'm the regional director for the Northeast region and the Northwest region for the Alachua families. Cheryl works in my world. And I just wanted to thank you for what you do. I had a 35-year career with the department that's ending this summer, so I'm looking forward to retirement very soon. During that time, in the past several years, I got some time to spend on the Suncoast region, which is our Tampa area. I served on the Hillsborough Children's Board there. I was proud to be part of the group that put the Leon County CSC together, and I served there for the first 10 or 12 months of that institution. And now I've also served in the Escambia Children's Trust. So luckily, I've got great administrators locally who can handle it. So I've delegated all three of those roles. Cheryl gets to get one of them. So it's just an honor to be with you today and to applaud you for the work that you do. I know the commitment that it takes to serve children and to dedicate your volunteer time to doing this. And it cannot be understated what you do for your community. And I just know the kids of Alachua County are going to be even farther ahead because of the work you do. So thank you very much for your input and participation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's
Last general public time before the end.
yeah, we moved the public input up to the front of the meeting. And so I'm just continuing on from the last meeting. And now this will be we're going to combine it as a part meeting. So.
Addison Staples, Executive Director, basis of motion. I wanted to bring up a different issue, but it's pertinent to, I think, the discussion that happened last time and potentially this meeting and subsequent meetings after is in less than 6 months. Currently, all funded programs under CTAC have no guarantee of funding past September 30th. For all of us executive directors, we're kind of breathing in paper bags on some level, especially those that might get significant funding. But I mentioned that to say just to advocate for urgency on coming up with a budget and approving of a budget, and then for a contingency plan if a budget is not agreed upon. I think that those two things is just the main reason I want to come up here, because planning for next year, people's salaries, depending on different funding, we're just getting down to the wire on less than 6 months. I mean, in the grant world, less than 6 months is like, it's kind of on fire. And for those of us that might be receiving, significant funding or minor funding, it still just helps with yearly budgets. And so I would just advocate that A or B either decisions, and then because to my knowledge, an RFP has to be released for either new funding that comes out or continuation of funding. So either, I would encourage the motion to either continue one or the other, or to get the RFP out as soon as possible. So that's all.
Answer my question. How much of the CPAC funding is, what percentage of the CPAC funding is a part of your budget?
It's I think around 30%.
30%? Thanks, Addison.
And Addison, the RFP is going out, Christie, when the RSVP, the RS.
So if you are referencing specifically after school, that is contingent upon the scheduled workshop.
Okay, so in my call, I asked if we discuss the RFP and then hopefully let it go out, I believe in May. But we have to just to put you at ease in some we have to have the budget done by at the end of September.
Well, that's the thing. But can we have,
You'll know something when the process starts. Because we're gonna talk, that's when we do the final, and the budget's usually done before then. We have to, by state, the way it's set up, there's 2 meetings in November to approve essentially what we've done. So you know sometime probably in August, maybe how they're roll their program out.
Yeah, okay. I would advocate as soon as possible. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, there's no other public comment. The next item, the chair's report. I want to thank the staff, the steering committee and all, and our listening project board meeting for overall information. I was up late last night trying to make my way through the binder because I didn't get through it last week. It was at a conference, and it's all good information. I'm sure be at the next workshop. That is scheduled. We'll have another session on that. But under our chair's report, I had a conversation with Ms. Tyner, and she had asked about us doing the board with our mid-year review. I didn't recall doing that before, but I wasn't against doing it this time. And so I asked that the evaluation tool that we used in the past, so that's all we had, we included in our binder. It's there, and I really wanted to maybe have a discussion if that is something, if this tool is something that we're going to use in the future to do a 1-year evaluation. If we all want to take the time out to, she has requested that we want us to be back on the meeting our expectations. And also we can get that to her now and corrective action to take it. She didn't show that time enough to do that. So I would like to get some feedback from you all or some soft instrument.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had an opportunity to speak to Executive Director Kiner, and I am in favor of continuing with the annual review process. I think I said at the last meeting, when I said to her directly, that I am, she has far exceeded my expectations in many of the categories. Marsha listens to her team, she empowers her team, her ability to get into the community quickly and then provide us with weekly updates is like none other that I expected. It's just amazing. If there were something that was significant that I thought needed a course correction, I would tell you, and it isn't. Please keep doing what you're doing. And that's my feedback. I think that I will tell you what we do at the library district, and what we do at the county. We do the annual reviews. The executive director participates in the budgeted raises that staff receive through the budgeted process. And then at the county, what we typically do every 2 or 3 years is we kind of step back and say, do we need to make an additional investment? I would be in favor of at the annual, review, having a written review. Obviously, we have a public review and we talk about it. And I would be interested in looking at maybe the benefit package, but hopefully the raise amount, if she participates with the rest of the employees, would be the same, and she would know that. So that's my preference as far as doing it. I think, performing a written review twice a year, just it's not necessary. And if there's something significant, I would communicate that to the director, probably have that. And I think no course correction necessary from my perspective. So that's my
I agree with Jim. So it sounds like I have 2 people who said that they're okay with just something informal based on one-on-one meetings and you're having with her. Well, I mean, I want to hear from her if that's okay.
Yes, I brought it up to chair, certainly because, at the association, I was able to have a mid-year. I had that in my contract with the organization, with the chair. We're different here. Everything is public and you all do everything together. So, really, I just wanted to make sure that I was, on track, that there weren't any issues. I think sometimes when, the evaluation, everything's at the end. Sometimes you can be surprised. I just didn't want there to be any surprises. I'm approaching this is month 5, and it's flown by. And I just wanted to get a little feedback. So if you all are okay, then I'm okay.
And I'll say I still love your reports because it just, when I was looking at you coming due for review, I thought she doesn't even realize she's brought the heart back to this organization. And I really feel like that. I think Christy started the process. We have a different perception out in the community than we have now. And so I think you've been a huge part of that. So I feel good about that. All the activities you're involved with and how engaged you've got the staff now, I think they're a happier staff. Say everybody. Yes, happier. I'm not gonna. I think that's important that, they are given a lot of, I just see how much you guys are out in our community now. I see CCAC signs at different events every time I'm at one and we're present. So that's so important.
I'll just wanted to say, I breathe a huge sigh of relief because I and the other 3 people who went through all the resumes could have made a huge mistake. I feel like instead we got a gem. So I'm perfectly happy not doing anything formal, just saying, keep on, keeping on, because you're doing a great job. I look through this and check. So. Yes.
I'm just wondering if Edie Kiner would like to hear from the staff. I don't think there's anything from the board that's gonna shock you or surprise you, but maybe the staff has to wait. And I don't know what you think about that. I think that's great. I've been having monthly meetings with staff, and we've kind of been doing that informally, but I'm fine in this setting if anyone on the staff has something they'd like to share. I mean, they don't have to share it publicly. If there is something else you want to share, feel free to do so.
So it sounds like we will stay with the same evaluation tool we have, and we'll stay with the evaluation you all have given. You've done what she wanted, what she asked for. Right. So, yes, ma'am. Not to be Debbie Downer, but I think also great. I'm so happy. But where does the staff go if they have a issue? Who is the person that they go to?
And you guys can share or.
How do you do? When you go to the chair, or they can go to the HR person that trusts you, this is, it's an outside person, and it's from James Moore, it's a new person, it's not Katie.
Danielle.
It's
Danielle.
But that would be either option, would work.
I just want to.
They do have an avenue. for-
Tell us now.
Right,
Yeah.
and when the issue involves the ED, they do have an avenue.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing? So, I mean, you want to talk about that? Yeah, just real quick, because I want to respond to, is a course correction legal. And what I would say is, as a public special taxing district, where everything's public, you know, it is different, you know, it is different. We don't get the chalk check, you know, and so, what I would say, really not so much to Marcia, but to my colleagues, is that I think we've been very deliberate in our direction and in what we are expecting and what we want out of the executive director. And I would say that if there's a course correction, we should be saying that in these meetings. And I just haven't, for your benefit, I haven't heard that. I've heard that we're kind of proceeding as we intended, and with you as our leader to implement this policy direction for gives. If a course correction was needed, it's probably more on our end, saying, hey, we need to do this or do that. And I just haven't heard that. So I wanted you to hear that. But I think it's different, you know, being public is
It's very different. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Your report, Ms. Terry.
Yes. Just wanting to highlight a couple of things. Again, BLI, our master class, had a meeting here last Saturday. They happen so fast here. This class was on finances, and although it was, I think, supposed to be about business finance, she talked a lot about personal finance. So I learned some things in my time here. And I think the class walked away with a lot of really good information. Something as simple as not closing out a credit card, even though you paid it off, can impact your credit. So really good information is being shared with our folks in BLI. And then lastly, Children's Week was in Tallahassee. Liz and I had the opportunity to participate. On Monday night, I joined 500 of our closest friends in the who really care about children. Herman is in the room, and I saw him in Tallahassee. Met quite a few people. I thought it was a really good opportunity. I know for me, being new to all things children's services. Thought that there would be more opportunities to meet more people. So I had just some takeaways of things I want to talk to our state alliance about in ways maybe, and again, because I come from the association space, there are ways that we could do more there. And I always have ideas about those kinds of things. But I thought overall, it was a great week. Met some key people, lots of connections to Alachua County. I didn't think that I would have as many connections to Alachua County there, but there were. And then lastly, I was also able to see Representative Paige Henson and Representative Chuck Clemens. So it was nice to be able to see them in Tallahassee doing what they do and being able to say to them, thank you for all that they do and all that they do for children. So that's my report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Question we want to have for our meeting? Yeah. Special programs policy update.
Behind tab 10, I believe it is your special programs policy update. And this is the policy that is found on our website for the trust. And we were providing revision to the policy to include the emergent needs funding opportunity that the board approved at our last board meeting. And so you'll see the tracked changes to the policy included in the sponsorship, just to ensure that we are following all of the policy standards as stated in the policy. So once this is approved, then I will take questions on this. We will then be able to go and create an application for organizations to be able to apply for the emergency dollars. So this is the policy that would be found in our policy and procedures to help guide that application process.
Discussion?
I have one.
Yeah, you have discussion. The policy previously, the board made the recommendations for the funding or, they make those motions. Because it looks like there might be a change where now the executive director, agrees.
We had changed that, I think it never got changed.
Yes, never got changed.
We said we approved the budgeted amount, and then we said that they could do it, but I don't think it ever got changed.
That is correct.
It looks like in the old, well, number three of sponsorships, it doesn't say that. It looks like the funding approved as so it just says
The executive director or their designee approves it and they for sponsorships, correct? And then we will make sure it's also in the consent agenda so that the board is aware of what the executive director has approved.
okay, yes, that's changed.
Yeah, we had said that a long time ago. When we set the last budget, we approved the total amount for sponsorships, but then because of the timeliness issue, they might be needing to be much more quickly instead of being, because they're actually approved the organization sponsorship. I just don't think it ever got changed in policy.
That's correct.
All right, you good with that? I mean, you're on.
It's what we've been doing.
We got to the point.
I think
Got to the point.
And 20,000 for that fund for the emergency.
So you want to go?
No, I think we're talking about a fund. Yeah. The previous section.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if it's part of the same policy, but the piece that's on. That everything is sponsored, which is on the first page, page 94 in our packet. We had actually said we wanted them to do, we just never changed the policy. The new piece.
Right, but we'll go to the new piece, right?
That's next to you.
Okay, I'm okay with the changes that were suggested. I just had a question. So it said that the sponsorship was denied. That I'm wondering if we get that in writing. Are we telling them why, or is it just?
We are. Yes, we are telling them why. We're providing them with additional information. Sometimes it's not because maybe they fail to provide some information. They go back and they can provide it to us.
Okay.
Or if they're asking for more than what the cap is, then they can come back and make those corrections. So, but we are telling them why it would be denied to give them an opportunity to fix that.
And I have one question.
Yes.
So I see on the emergent needs, it's a one-time a year request. Somebody can do sponsorships. There is no limitation of how many times a year they can ask.
No.
I didn't see that in its cost.
So we have.
Once per
Yes.
person. We may want to add that in. Okay, but unless I missed it, but I didn't say.
Well, I mean, again. Yes, but again, we're budgeting 150. Right. By the board. And then for allowing executive. Wait, no, sponsorships was not 150, that was like 25,000.
Sponsorship is $25,000 a year. And then we just increased it last board meeting, an additional $25,000 for this fiscal year. And then the emergent need fund is $150,000 for this fiscal year.
And not more than 20,000.
For emergent.
But we had the board say, I have 150,000 of stuff that's gonna come up. And we're allowing the executive director to take the application and make that 20,000.
And then if it's larger, it's perhaps there are going to be some discussion.
Then it has to come back.
Yes, I understand this, but sponsorship are things like, if there's an event.
Sponsorships are family events throughout the community.
And so you want to go to the events and you want to bring shirts and you want to maybe they'll charge you $100 to have a table.
No.
No, so this was just, let me clarify. Sponsorships are just different events for families in our community. It could be a family fun day. It could be a parent conference. So for an example, we sponsored Episcopal's parent conference that they're having for Head Start families. Whenever we sponsor, they do offer us, a table so that we can be there promoting, and Liz is there handing out all of our fun things and making connections. We put out banners, for example, the Fifth Avenue fair that happens, they have a kids area. We sponsor the kids area and our banners are there and Liz is at a table. So it can be a few different, it's not fundraisers. But it's specific event that's open to the entire public, where we can provide different, we're tabling and we're having them put on the event. Mainly it's the kids areas and those sorts of things. Thank you. You're welcome.
Virginie, anybody have, any questions or comments on that? I'm trying to see if my colleagues on the board have any discussion on. Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor of the proposed change in the staff presented? Aye. Any opposed? We are opposed. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. All right, thank you. Item 11, CBS Family Behavior.
So, Madam Chair, at the last meeting, the CEO from CDS spoke during public comment and talked about his request for a passenger van, new shelter in their recreation area, and then some solar panel system needs for their shelter, rather for the recreation area. He did not ask for specific amounts during the meeting, but I did ask him to send that information over to me. I would like to recommend that he apply for the emergent need once we open the application, and that would probably be a better place for his request. So that's my recommendation, based on the ask that came forward at our last meeting.
Sir. Executive Director, I got the impression that the emergent needs would be some kind of emergency. It'd be something, that was not expected, or it can be something that, above and beyond.
So emergencies or emergent need for his organization, and I'm going to speak for you, Phil, here for a second. They have a van, they have a couple of vans. One of those vans is going to be out of commission soon. And that is an emergent need. He knows it's coming. And so when we were making the recommendation, we knew that there would be programs and organizations that would be coming who might have emergent needs. They knew that there were things that were going to be coming up, that if the van breaks down or the transmission goes out, it will have an impact on their programming. So we see it as twofold: emergencies or emergent need.
Yes. I have a problem with that, because I'm, that if it was the transmission went out, and they didn't have the funds, that's much different than a new van. And a new van would be something that you plan for, and that's not really emergent. Now, if it's an emergency, like they have to replace the motor, okay, I can understand that, but not necessarily a new van. And I don't know about anybody else on board. I have a problem doing some of the solar panels. I don't think that's what our mission is. New van, we're here in the transportation, so why wouldn't that go to the regular funding side?
And that is good information for us.
Only one person.
For us to hear. Yeah, and Chrissy is whispering in my ear that,
The application process will also require them to explain why this is an emergency, which will then help us make those types of decisions. So they'll also have to explain, funding. Is this an emergency based on your funds? Or do you have funds, but you may not want to spend those funds? So that we, as a trust, are spending our dollars appropriately based on what they have also.
Yes, let me add to that, that I would consider this an item that would be part of somebody's capital budget. And should be part of planning and not something that would come to us separate from other programming that we were funding. If we were asked to fund a program that we thought was going to move the needle on some of our indicators and that funding included a van, I would be much more inclined to go there. But this seems like a capital outlay request out of the blue. To me, this does not need to be emergent, and it does not also conform to the process we're trying to establish for funding requests. So in that, I would be disinclined to approve it.
Well, we're approving now is, we're actually.
we're just approving the policy. And he submit through, through the application. So there's really nothing for you to do right now about it. You provided feedback to us for the process as the application comes. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right, item 12. That's Bonnie.
Bonnie, I will make a motion to approve it.
We just do that to you last time.
My name is Bonnie Warner. I'm the research planning and evaluation coordinator for the trust. In previous board meetings, I presented on assessing results and effectiveness across funding programs. And I discussed our processes for monitoring our efforts to support quality. I wanted to share tonight about how we've been continuing to develop this process alongside our providers. So what I'm hoping to do is share more about the vision for CQI, the tool itself and how it would be used, and then of course period feedback. So what is CQI? To start with that, it's really for us who wanted to have a process where we're regularly coming together with providers to look at our plans, look at the things that we that were at our processes for both learning and driving improvements that will help us build a better system and achieve better outcomes for our children. So our vision for CQI is to take a time each funding cycle to intentionally review and reflect on performance alongside providers, to generate collaborative problem solving, to better understand how to support our organizations and to improve our administrative processes, service delivery, and outcomes, and really help us to identify the supports and resources for our system overall. The CQI we hope will help us build a better and more efficient system for serving children, increase the visibility and transparency into areas critical for our programs to be successful, and allow us to reflect on both the accomplishments but also the challenges and collaboratively plan and identify ways to improve moving forward. And it also helps us as a funder to identify and address systematic challenges if we see that there are a lot of providers that are scoring in our emerging category that we can decide how to better help support the systematic way. So this is the tool itself, or the different categories that, supports monitoring areas critical for success, including fiscal, administrative, and operational, population focus, service delivery, our performance measures, and our data quality. So greater detail on each item is in the attached CPI report, on how each is rated, which you guys should have in your packet. And it's a tool for us, and each of the program staff, fiscal staff is involved in the specific components in developing the overall ratings, and providing feedback from the fiscal contact manager, myself, to all of these components and create a one tool that we annually that we can all look at with our providers. So this is what the CQI provider report looks like. So that is what the provider would receive on an annual basis to kind of bring everything together across those 6 components. And it has the program name and descriptions up along the top, along with the program scorecard, which is the section to the left upper corner where they can get a rating of either emerging, advancing, or mastering. And these are defined as with mastering being performance is exceptional and substantially above the contract requirements, advancing, which is they're meeting or slightly exceeding the contract requirements, and then emerging that the performance needs some improvement to better meet all requirements. So mastering is really above, and advancing is right where we'd like to see them, and then emerging is we want to see more supports to help them reach what the expectations or what we had outlined we'd like to see happen in the contract. So then after that, there is a results summary that's contained right in the tool that will show how the results came to one of the listening project recommendations was to look at the percent of health funding use allocated that was spent. That's actually one of the components of the school where they would be able to see the dollars spent, the allocation, and the percentage. Whether invoices are submitted timely and up to date, our communications that is going away where business is flowing as it should be, acknowledgement that they're promoting us on social media, that they're promoting the trust the Oregon Square logo, and then data quality and timeliness of the data, so we really assess the effectiveness and impact. We also have our performance measures, which we use the results-based accountability framework. So we outline all those things. What were our goals that we set out in the beginning for the how many children we're going to serve, and did we meet that target or did we fall short? And then also how well, what were the quality metrics that we were expecting that would be associated with this contract, as well as the better off or those short-term outcomes related to the program's gains in knowledge, behaviors, abilities. So we can look at all of those at the end of the year and have a pause for reflection. Were all these met, or were there some that were not being met, and can be what were areas of challenges? So this is kind of a condensed version of it of the tool to kind of throw everything in there, but we also did have an opportunity where we got some provider input on this tool, and I've actually incorporated some of the input in the version 2 that you're seeing today. This is sort of our first coming to you and sharing it with you, and I'm hoping to hear your feedback on. But this is what it looks like as of now. What's cool about it is we can also look at it as our system-wide report card, looking across our 65 funded programs in fiscal year 2022, and then our 45 contracted organizations. What was our percentage of funding allocation that we used for providers? We can also think about that and looking at across the different rating areas,
what percentage of our programs did in mastering advanced learning. And this helps us to look at ways of where do we need to direct our capacity building, our provider professional development, or maybe have improvements such as a data system or really having more reflection on performance measures to really start to improve some of those areas. So it's not, and I want to pause to say that I don't want system-wide results that are all rainbows and butterflies. I want to actually see areas that we need to improve. I know at my previous organization, I had done something that was like this, and everybody's very focused on making sure everything was always 99% or 100%, and it didn't really get to the meaningful how to, there's always ways to improve. So I think always having the looking at ways to improve is really a key way to look at this and drive improvements in the system overall, because we know it's not all perfect, and we know there's always much to be better. So we also, part of our CQI for the trust is we ask providers at the end of each year to do reflections to tell us how they feel about different areas and experiences in interacting with the trust. So these are just those results in trying to get provider input, how we can continuously improve in an organization in listening and in providing the supports that providers need. So as I mentioned, we had a few different opportunities where I tried to, and the team tried to solicit input from providers to get their input on the tool, the process, how we can make it better. And I think I've been able to incorporate much of it into this version or into future versions. For one, and we started by, we developed an initial tool and then we hosted an input session in January, and we invited all providers to attend. It was a Saturday morning. So we need providers to attend. After which we were like, okay, well, and so we also did shortly after I sent out, everybody got their own handy dandy individualized CQI report. I shared out the tool with them. And then I had the link to the survey. Please review this. We did a video too that you can see in the little corner. I did a video to share on what the vision is and to how I shared with you today on what the CQI was, what we are hoping to gain from it, and that we really want to create a good tool where we're really just communicating and collaborating more closely together and on a regular basis, not just as issues come up or not just when providers we requested and maybe we don't hear from the provider or the ones that are less likely to ask for it. So it's a regular and better process. So we did send this tool out reports with all providers. We heard back survey responses from 20 of them. And the results were is that nearly all providers, 95%, either strongly agreed or agreed that this would be a helpful way to engage in reflection and establishing mostly very, very positive feedback on the tool, and that helps really reflect and see what the expectations are, and then just see a visual strengths and weaknesses.
So about the 95%, that would be about total, all of the providers.
The 20.
So 20, yeah. No. I'm just wondering if we had 95 or 64. We never all.
No, that would be great. I mean,
putting the sample size is always helpful. Yeah, but the denominator is.
Because the reason I asked, we had 8 providers and had 20 survey responses, we had 30 video views, so that's why I was trying to figure out what's that.
yeah, and then looking at the items themselves in the survey, we also asked about the items themselves, and they most of the items were endorsed favorably as well. Most agreeing that they're helpful to see how they're doing in those areas. I think
what the provider recommendations and key insights are very helpful to me is just some of the narrative that was provided in those as well that helped me really improve the tool to the version that you see today was I think providers frequently noted the achievement of some of the expectations is beyond their control. Granted, that's true. There could be a hurricane, there could be something that happens to their structure, there could be something that happens in the community, like a shooting, or something that affects them that is beyond their control. Or in some cases, maybe our, there could have been things that we could have done better as well. So I think when we look at these results, it's not necessarily about a finger pointing exercise, but really seeing this is what the results were and how can we then take these results to learn, grow, and thrive. So I really don't want this to be a compliance tool, really more as a learning and growth tool and an opportunity. One thing that the providers also noted on that same thing was that they wanted an opportunity to explain potential barriers. So that question that now exists on the tool that asks what are challenges or barriers that might have prevented you from meeting your operating or programmatic goals. That was from them. I didn't originally, but they included that, but they wanted an opportunity to also give insight on what might have prevented them from getting into advancing or mastering. So I think another point of feedback was wanting to understand the process better. And that's granted, this is a brand new tool. We're still, we're buying it and developing it. And I think with solidification of the process and tool, there will be continued use and understanding that will. But I also did, I used to have this and the definitions on a separate document, and I put them together to combine them to try to make it so they don't have to open up two documents all right there. But a lot of providers like the tool and the ability to monitor progress along the way, which I think as soon as we get into the new data system, we can kind of automate this so they can see where they are and get these metrics. And have this something that they don't just see in January, but they see ongoing throughout the year to track what they're doing.
Question for you is maybe a thought on the system-wide results. I know in the past we've had some conversation about year one versus year two. It'd be good to have the ability to drill down and see whether or not the performance on those 6 areas differ between people who are in their first year of funding and then subsequent years. Hopefully, the idea being obviously that we would help them resolve and get from one level to the next. Yes, because it's great data. It'd be nice just to see if people are moving through, especially I'd like to see that the emerging goes down in year 2, right?
Yeah. One of the quotes I wrote down for the providers are like, sometimes when they get their first contract, they might be a little overzealous using the performance measures, but then when they really get into it, they're like, oh, I probably should have put that a little bit lower and give me some of this stuff. I give that advice to me nonprofits all the time. Under promise, over deliver.
Yeah, I was am curious about the data, and I know some of our providers are reluctant to even provide data. So how are we doing with that?
Well, some of the providers submit their data through monthly reports or at the end of the year reports. And then some of them will continue to submit data through de-identified data through Google Drive and spreadsheets and whatnot. We're hoping as we start to get into, we just at the last board meeting, you guys approved us starting an agreement with SAMS. So we're hoping once we get there that everybody can start reporting everything for SAMS as much as appropriate as possible to really start to hopefully get more information and more real-time results.
Did that answer it, Nancy?
I think once we have a secure system that's encrypted, I think the reluctance, and we have data requirements, we've got to get them through impact. I think if we have a secure system, let's take them for the data. everything, I've never had a contract that didn't have data that I had to provide. And as long as we've got proper education for providers and families, we've got to be able to have data.
And wouldn't that be a decision that this board would make, that if you're gonna fund someone, that they must provide data?
Well, and that was one of the recommendations from the last meeting that, that she talked about. Being able to follow, she called it a trust, right? That funded a child when they were 0 to 3, and then later on they're in an after school program, or they're in a pre-K, or and can we compare the results of that child as opposed to someone who didn't access our services and didn't make a difference? So I think the data is going to be key to that.
We have to have this data. I mean, if we don't, then the funding, how are we gonna determine who we're gonna fund, who's not?
Can I just add one thing? This puts a big responsibility on Bonnie and on the staff. And in a way, the relationship that you're building now with your providers has to include why we need this stuff. Because we intend to go back to the voters and ask for the continued 12 more years. Each one of the providers would probably love for their program to continue 12 more years after this 12 is up, but we need them to help us get the data we need in order to persuade the voters that this was a worthwhile investment.
And I do want to clarify that all providers do have data collection requirements, and all of them do have performance measures, all of them have also in addition, demographics, because we want to see who we're serving, where we're serving. So we've got information to assess population focus, program performance, service delivery, data quality. We are collecting information. It looks different for a provider, and it will evolve as we go into the new data system, but we are collecting data. It is part of the, so if they didn't submit any information, that would be a problem.
I have a question, Bonnie. Is the intent of this, the goal, this was like the end of the year and then the contract? Or would this be kind of like intermittently populated like throughout the course of the year, quarterly or semi-annually?
I'll skip to this next slide, which shows the timeline. So we do have a regular cycle. At the end of so October is our, beginning of the new fiscal year. So we would have all the data to assess whether, the performance measures were met for the year. We have all the data to assess the funding allocation, how much that was spent. So we have a whole year worth of data to then generate the CQI program reports, and then have opportunity to discuss opportunities for improvement, and then come up with any areas, or if there's any areas that we wanted to know is part of the CQI report to identify areas where the provider would like to see improvements, especially in areas where they might not be needing, we might be falling in the emerging category. What supports do they want? Would they like from us? What are their plans to try to get improvement in that area? So that would be incorporated into future contracts. So that's sort of the cycle of how the continuous policy program.
So really, it's really a once a year type population and then evaluation.
Well, where it's pulled all together, but throughout the year, they would have the site monitoring, they would be communicating with the community and submitting monthly data to me as well as the contracts. So it's an ongoing process, but to bring it all together in one document that happened this year. And then I'll just point with this slide, I'll just want to emphasize that this was in accordance with our data collection management policy, our communication section of that we don't just want to collect data to sit on it. We want to use it to evaluate quality and effectiveness of programs and services, and we want to have an open communication process for looking at that. So the next steps with the CQI process would be, obviously, we're sharing with you here today, hearing what you think about it. We want to then send an update to the providers. We went to them in February, and then at the end of January, we wanted to send an update, show them the changes that we made to the tool, and then continue planning and reflecting for areas where they could for improvement, areas that we can improve, and then generate new CQI reports in January, looking at our fiscal year 2023. Any further questions?
Two questions.
Yeah.
Number one, actually, next question, and I may not, I may be the only one, but I'd like to see something on there about attendance. If it, are they there 20% of the time, 80% of the time? Maybe if we're looking for, ultimately, I don't know that you're planning to this for an evaluation, but at some point, you're gonna have to determine, who we want to do that one. And if there's a program where they attend 20% of the time, and there's one that they attend 80% of the time, obviously we get more bang for the 80%. So I think that would be helpful. Y'all are using it as a staff and a staff and provider tool, but ultimately some of that information is going to get back to the board. I think that may be helpful. And if the majority of the board doesn't feel that way, then that's fine. But I personally would like to see attendance on there, some sort of acknowledgement of that.
As a system or because it's in there for the provider.
Attendance will come to see.
Yeah, it would be a how long, most providers that offer service.
Second one and.
Yeah.
Performance measure, check it.
Okay, all right, thank you. That answered that. The other one was the performance measures. It looked like when you went to the providers for the having it was 4258 or something along the line. Was there something? What was the reluctance about the performance measures? Yeah, I mean, it's agreed. I mean, I agree with it, but it was one that was probably.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, that one's actually one of the ones that 100%, one of the components that 100% of the providers felt it was a good, to include in the tool, so that was one of the ones that felt this.
Okay, that's all positive. Look at that one. Okay. All right, thank you.
Well, I think it's funny in the new system, the data system, are there open text links that are available for qualitative? Yes. So I think that's something really important to think about, because as I look at and struggled with the better off measures, and even in the work example, there's really much more focus on satisfaction. And so as you mentioned, really trying to get acknowledgement skills and the just things that are mentioned as an attitudes, perspectives about self care. Right? I mean, they're not self, they're including something for self, right? Am I better off because I went to camp or and thinking about how that's defined just beyond satisfaction. But we get a lot of stories, right, that providers share with us. And I think that that's an opportunity for qualitative data. So when we talk about how we're better off, we can also think about the numbers, but we can also think about some of the examples, the qualitative data.
And those are valuable to the voters. Just
Yes, agreed. We do collect that. Yeah, we ask for to provide success stories. But I just think maybe having that, like how many success stories or what are some examples of success stories, right? As we struggle to think about and along with the providers, because they'll have the best measure. Now, the program objective is that strives to foster personal growth for children. So even to ask them, how did you grow this summer as part of, rather than doing you see the difference? Yeah.
So Dr. Snyder and Ryan, you all speak, would you all try to really project, because it's hard to, I read it here, so I can't imagine it's gonna be like before that.
Tina, I'm sorry. I was just saying that it would be helpful to have more qualitative stories about better on qualitative data. not stories, but they are stories, but they're data. But also we've struggled a lot around the better off one. And so if we look at like what in this, it's just a work example that Bonnie pulled together, but it says, you know, the program description is this program is striving to foster personal growth. So how could we ask the group how they see themselves having grown as a function of going to the summer camp, rather than did you like it or was it good?
And see with the parents, what changes did you see in your child at the end of the from the
Right,
beginning of camp?
right.
You know, did you have the goals for your child if he or she went to camp?
If you ask the children, they say, I grew an inch.
Because it's a good food, but in this model, that's a struggle that many programs face, is how to think about the better off as a thing.
So the question development, is that from Bonnie or are the providers submitting that? Are you coming up with these questions that are being teased out by
The survey for summer in particular, that's the one that's an example, but yes, that's negotiable, and that's something that I'd like to see to get more meaningful tools in those programs. But I mean, it's usually a part of the negotiation or that planning phase where, hey, we don't really feel like these are the most meaningful measures for our programs out. Can we work together? Can we try to develop a new survey? Can we use another, a survey that's been tested, or used nationally? I think that's something that we can, through this discussion.
We can also be clever about how to have the people response cost with high information value. Right. So there are some surveys where there are 1 or 2 or 3 question surveys that produce as valid data as a 4-page survey.
Yeah.
So I think we don't have to necessarily think about something like having a burden provider, but I think they would be in the best situation to help us think about what are the and what would better off look like, for example.
By this CQI tool, is it something that other trusts are using or keep that?
It's something that others trusts are using. It has a lot of the similar things, but not. It's the difference is Miami PH Broward, they will have a version of this as a sort of been made ours, like kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I really like on page 108 how you're involving the different parts of our staff, physical staff, contract management, evaluation coordination. I really like on the sample on page 121 where you allow for like kind of provided reflection, how you incorporated the input from the providers and developing this for kind of the first year. And how you are using it for our own staff, continuous quality improvement. I think kind of a 360 review. I feel like kind of this is your wheelhouse, and we're finally at a place where you can provide us with some data that we have been constantly asking you for, which is how are we doing? We funded a lot of stuff, but where are we going? I really like it. I really like that the providers have been a part of developing it and will be a part of continuing it. I think that it'll be a great tool for us to use, as Mr. Pickerson said. There was going to come a point in the very near future where we can't fund everything, and we need to have some of these tools that are used. And that the providers have bought into these, so that we can evaluate things across the spectrum of our entire group. So I hope the providers will continue to kind of lean in with you and say, here's why this ours is different than maybe that one, and that's okay. Let's talk about what's the best data to provide to the board to this out. So I am really pleased that you've gotten us to where we are here, and then you're going to continue improving this continuous quality improvement.
Bonnie, someone said is it possible as we go through the RFP process and we go through the strategic plan and we establish the goals that we think are important and objectives that to achieve those goals, is it possible that we can get some of those performance measures in this tool? Because to say, I've used it before, obesity. So we know that that's an issue. And in the after school programs, did you do something as far as nutrition is concerned? Was there, I don't know when you go into that big detail, was there anything that this is something that's important? Did you notice that there was any it was less of an issue at the end than it was at the beginning? Something along those lines. As we go through and establish the objectives, can we get some of those in the negotiation process, as you were saying?
Yeah, we always try to put what their expectations would be for performance measures, the data function and time to be, so they know what they're signing up for in the beginning. So they with outcomes for the department.
So do we establish that in the RFP process, and then the performance measures go to the school?
Yes.
Okay. So, I think, we haven't had that ability before, and I think that this could be potentially a big deal. It will help us tremendously as we go through trying to get outcomes.
And one of the listening project findings was as well that people weren't aware that we're going to be evaluating outcomes that they were looking at different things embedded in these contracts. So I think it'll get more visibility to that as well. Thank you.
What else have questions for Brian? Okay, there's a vote we did on that, and it's just information. Item 13. So they, the guys want to vote, so. It's pretty good. Okay, I generally, we are, it's an organization is participating in that. I would like to understand why and make sure staff is recommended. Yeah, so I mean, I'm back talking. But the other than jump on it. What about the volume? You're talking about 13, 12, 13. 13. Oh, I thought you were talking about 12. That's what I was thinking about. 13. I'm like, I'm on the line like allergy medicine. I was trying not to have. You got me, that's why I'm not shocked. Like, I'm not following you guys, but he's like.
Was that a motion for this or? You need me to explain?
Now, it's pretty clear, so.
No, okay.
There's no board discussion. I'm taking any public comment on item 13. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring back to the board. All in favor? You opposed? Member passed. All right, the board together. All right, that is, okay, it's all right. All that I got from mine.
Madam Chair. I did want to, hold on, let me go back to my notes, the board workshop that you all had asked for.
Yeah.
You said April 17th worked, or you said April 24th. April 24th is when we also have our joint meeting with the BOCC. And I think maybe a couple of people did not get to share their availability. Would you all, if you have not, like to share?
We did it. Yeah, I can't. I have a.
I'm better on the 24th.
Right now we have a joint.
Okay.
I cannot be 24.
So now it looks like we're about 5 and 5.
I can definitely do the 17th, but I cannot do the 24th.
What time was it?
We were gonna do. I don't remember what time.
The 24th is like.
The 24th was early because that's the same day as BOCC, so that would have been like 1 1 to 3.
One, I think about the same time.
They're all at 1.
Oh, if 17th is at 1, I could lose it. Yeah, I could do the 17th at 1. Or we could do the 17th at 3 if one of y'all would just join me in the city.
Man, did you get, today, everybody be to the morning?
Answer, no.
Starts at 30 in the morning.
So, 9
9 a.m. on the 17th, that's the majority. Okay,
And will you send out
yes,
an invite?
yes.
Yeah, that's April 17th. What's that?
a workshop that they want, yeah, sort of 8 to 17.
And then we're supposed to have our next hearing on the 27th.
9 to what time you thinking, Marcia?
Let's say 11.
11:30?
Yeah, that way we won't be rushed.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Man, he's over there going, I'm glad.
Retire rule number 1. That's not lie.
All right, thank you.
Not retired, but I'm not fighting the fact that you know, so bad.
Discussion about, funding, priorities, budget, and our, after school RFP.
So it's kind of like our budget meeting to give back and put on.
You know, will not be on cold nets that day.
I'm sorry.
I said you will not be on cold nets that day.
Well, not, I don't think it'll matter, but
I know. Sorry, that's not gonna be.
we're at that point now, and what other comments before we adjourn? What other comments? We actually have been pretty chatty earlier, so.
Good facilitation, thank you.
For both of you,
Actually,
okay.
one day, we have our next, steering committee meeting on the 27th, that will be virtual. So if anybody wants to attend in the audience. 10 a.m. Gonna be together.
I have a question. Yes.
Yeah.
Cheryl, can you tell us what's next in the strategic planning?
You would ask such a tough question that I don't have. I think we're gonna, now that we have the listing project and we've also kind of prioritized the community data that we have. I think, Nikki and Dr. are gonna lead us through those next steps of prioritizing what are those tangible things that we could make an impact on, and where our priorities need to be.
And will that be your committee or will it be all of us?
I think we're going to, okay, these are the next, okay, thank you. So we have our next steering committee is on the 27th to do more strategic planning in May. We're going to have another 2-hour review of the plan that's going to be put together by our consultants. And then we actually have 2 in May, don't we? We have 2 meetings in May. And then we're going to have a board half-day workshop in person to go through, I'm assuming, given the option to make any changes that they want to, and then we'll have it on the floor.
Right. So it's the committee's work and then the committee will make a recommendation to the board.
Okay.
So that's how it will ultimately.
Or we'll have a final approval, we're just gonna put the package.
And that's gonna be June-ish or?
It's,
in the
strategic,
May?
yeah, we're gonna have our workshop with the board in May, and then we've got to plan through what's on.
So
The board is invited to participate in any and all of those meetings.
So may I ask a follow? So, we had a provider ask today when they're gonna get an indication as to what the funding's gonna be for existing programs. When do you think we will be in a position to provide something like that?
at this rate, May.
So May, April. So within
At the earliest.
next 30 to 45 days.
At the earliest.
Yeah, we're not, because that's just going through, process. And so we're not going to know the individual, organizations. As of June and July.
But is that still here?
Yeah.
I think if you all, if we're having conversations about changing how we fund, then I do think as a provider, they will be able to start making some decisions based on what they're hearing coming out of this group. Am I, no, Addison? Come on, speak.
He's gonna want $1.
You want?
Well, anyway, look, when RFP's gonna come on, so we know they're gonna apply and get something approved, but.
There's no guarantee once our RFP comes out,
Right.
there may know the end date of the RFP.
Would you please, would you come to the podium, please, because it.
If we look at the process as it historically has gotten, I just think if the RFP comes out, you're saying May. It's usually what, 2 to 3 months, like submit your proposals.
It's
then the
5
board-
weeks. Yeah, it'll be about 5 weeks to give. We used to do 2 or 3 weeks. There wasn't enough time for providers to properly apply for the dollars. So we normally try to do 4 or 5 weeks, which does stretch the process. A full funding cycle for an RFP will take us, could easily go 3 months. Because we come here, we get it approved, it's out there for 5 weeks. There's another 2 or 3 weeks for our volunteers to go through the reviews, the public meetings to make a decision for the cycle, and then an actual board meeting for the decision to be made, and then the contract process starts. I think a part of what Addison may be requiring or asking the board to consider is, of all of our programs that we are currently funding right now, what do you all want to do about fiscal year 24? Are we funding them again while we make final decisions about what our new priorities look like, how we're going to fund those new priorities? Or are there dollars ending September 30? And between, and they need to know that now because they have staff. And for many of our programs, we may not fully fund. He said we're about 30%. I think that's what you said, about 30% of his budget. And so there's some changes internally that they need to make so they can figure out how they want to operate their programs. But I think a conversation and a decision about your funding is ending September 30 so that they can start making decisions. And then the community, of course, knows that once this board has their funding policies, then we will be releasing RFPs for our new funding policies after that.
Yeah. So if you want some sort of indication, Madam Chair, I would say that you will find out whether or not you are going to get funding for 24 during this budget cycle. That but we're not. It's during the funding process. We're not giving approval for next year while we make decisions. I want to make those decisions this year. We get the performance measures, so we start getting real hard data.
I think that's I think that's the question. I think the only ones that are not in that cycle are those that have multi-year contracts already. And that would be summer enrichment, help me grow, teams work Alachua. I feel like I'm missing one.
We made commitments for somebody.
We made commitments. We made commitments for those. Those are the only ones. The rest of them, I think you all have to let us, they're annually. So we need to know what the decision.
Well, the decision. One is we're gonna honor our commitment. And if somebody doesn't fall in that category, then they will be subject to the decisions that we make. And that's for the upcoming budget cycle.
Yeah. So I guess the question I have then is, summer programs, is this the third year of the contract that you guys are in? I mean, the after school.
This, they are in summer will be year 2, I'm sorry. This summer is year 2 of their 3-year contract.
So they have one more.
They have 1 more year.
Okay, summer,
Yes.
and then after school is.
After school is annually.
Annually.
Yes.
Okay, so after school is what your question is, you're trying to figure out
Yeah.
when there's gonna be a.
Madam Chair, Dion,
That's basically what I was trying to bring up, the clarity. Addison is speaking about the school, which we're deciding on, we're gonna do that RFP coming up. The summer, as Christie and the other ones mentioned already, contracted out beyond the start of 2024.
So I think as a board for the school year programs that are after school, I think that it would be a tad bit irresponsible, not irresponsible, that's not the right word. So I have to choose my words here. I think that we kind of owe it to our community to not string them along and put them in a situation where our decision is delayed, that they can't make the decisions that they need to operate their programs. Because, I mean, you said it, Sam.
So I mean, because it's starting October 1 and we're gonna finalize that in late July, early August, it's not an unusual timeline for renewals or for being notified of renewals or a response to an RFP. It's not.
Okay, so
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's just
I
not.
guess I'm just trying to figure out, like, for those programs and how they operate, and they start in August, school starts in August, and they're divided after school, so they can't wait until September 30th, which is the end of our fiscal year, October 1st, to have a decision to know. I mean, so like, for the way that their calendar runs is a little bit different from our calendar, our fiscal year calendar, so they gotta scale up and hire people and have staff to be able to provide services to students.
Well, they're funded through September 30th.
You're right, funding ends September 30th,
And so they would know by what?
early August.
Early August, I think, October 1st. Is that right?
right.
And it's an annual contract, right?
It's an annual
So
contract.
there's no guarantee.
Right. Next year.
No, there's no guarantee. I mean, I think they heard that pretty loud and clear today. That there's no guarantee for that. We bagged up the old kids and said, you know, put the bubble money. But the bubble, y'all see that. I'm just kidding. That's it now. So, yeah, y'all bagged them up and sit.
I think one of the recommendations that was made for our strategic planning though too is, you know, especially for the year-to-year contracts, one of the questions we can ask during the RFP is, what are you going to be looking at over the next year to replace funding? Because this may not be a forever funding, because we are going to be spreading it a little bit among community providers. So I think you always have, I mean, and I think most providers are used to having to look, I mean, that's why they looked at us and is we were a source of income. So, you know,
I think there's like some more services that providers are doing. We after school and out of school time is something that is a need that we're gonna have.
and I don't think it's necessarily gonna go away.
Right, and
So I'm saying that.
I'm of the mindset of kind of like some of the CSCs, they have multi-year, they're also school years, not just an annual thing where folks are having to try to figure out, all right, what we're gonna do every year. I'm not saying we're funding something 100%, but I just think for continuity of services, we have organizations that are in our area and they're serving kids, and we know we're gonna have kids that have needs, families that have needs, for children need a safe space to be in to. Maybe we consider that an annual funding cycle for that type of service is not the best. We're doing a 3-year contract this summer. We may look at doing multi-year contracts for that. I think actually.
I don't have a problem with that.
And you may, during the workshop, talk a little bit more about what you want the RFP to be. You know, we will have an opportunity to look at what we asked for the last time versus what we're gonna ask for this time.
Yeah, I guess we'll get into the workshop.
Yeah.
I would just add that we have some new incremental growth coming that we are anticipating will probably be in the 9 to 11% range, 10% again. You know, one thing that we're doing at the board is looking at probably won't support walls. I'll probably just say that right now because we have needs for it to exceed our. We have needs to exceed our each one. But I will say that one thing we could think about doing is transitioning. If we are going to change the funding over the course of a period of time, and one way to do that is to say, new ad valorem growth that comes in, we allocate that to whatever our priority is incrementally so that we maintain some level of funding for current providers. So there's different ways to kind of skin that cat, but that's another way to kind of think about it. If we're going to phase those. Just I don't believe myself. And with that. Yeah, I don't. That's anything else? Yeah, we don't play that. People don't play that. I'm happy to get out.
Thank you.